You'll never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
You'll never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
never know who I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Valkyrie Series Season 2, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio. With me, the one and only Beef Mommy back on the stage. And you know what? The competition today, Beef, is gonna get even more crazier. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good because we're starting out in day number 5. We only have one more day left for our group stages. So all of these girls, these ladies better show up because they only have 2 more days left to really show up, gather the points, and maybe get it to the playoffs. We only have 4 groups, 4 teams to make it into the playoffs, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely right. And so far, we have seen a few of those brands kind of show us exactly what they are made of. But before we jump into the standings, before we see exactly how each and every single one of them have been performing, let's take a quick look at the format, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because like Beef just mentioned, only 4 of these teams will be able to make it through to the playoffs. And how do they do that? That is by going through the group stages in a single round robin where they have to participate in all 3 matches, being Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, as well as Domination. And of course, those who pick the most points up, the top 4 teams, will move on to the playoffs where they will go through a double elimination best of 5.
Absolutely. So all of these teams right now, they really need to do it. They need to crunch the time and really get into that best of 5 playoffs because we're getting rid of half. That's why I'm really surprised that, okay, these ladies, even though, yes, they've been doing well, or maybe they're in the middle of the pack, they need to do well enough to beat half of these girls, half of the team. So that's going to be very important. And now that we're gathering all the information that we had in the past few days, some teams are already pretty comfortable at the top. But at the same time, these 2 days, they can easily not make it if they don't do well in the next 2 days that we have.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, right? Because so far in the competition, just one brand has truly set themselves apart, and 2 others really stomping their feet of dominance above the rest. Overall, just 2 teams pretty much struggling in the competition. But of course, before we go on even more detailed into the performance of these teams, these are the top 8 that have qualified to this stage, Beef.
And here we go, the ladies themselves that really want to call themselves Valkyrie. We have LIthara, Artemis, Klasiko, Hyenas, Lugiami, Sad Valkyrie, Nifty Ultra AW, Esports, Tyrant, LXIX, AIM Genesis, and PDR Bees. So after all the days that they've been playing here, I actually see one team doing really well. And even though they kind of struggled in the start, Sad Valkyrie really putting up a really good performance. And obviously they really want to make it to the playoffs. So again, I'm really looking forward to Sad making a comeback here, especially after that win in Artemis, giving them a 3-0. But speaking of a team that has been struggling, though, Artemis, you have yet to actually go and get one more point. So it's still not too late, hopefully, especially if they're going up against a really strong team today. They have a monumental job to actually go and beat them and give them a 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely, right. But of course, is that going to be possible as they take on PDR Bees today? They're quite equaled up in terms of standings. But what's all of this aggression for? What's all of this hard work for, Beef? These ladies are thrown into this competition. They're given an opportunity to fight for supremacy, but there's also a little bit of moolah on the table, isn't there?
Oh, not just a little bit of moolah. That's a lot of bit of moolah. Look at that, $3,000 US. And if you are going to be going into that first place, you're going to get that 1,500 USD. So, I mean, it's not as big as we want it to be, but it's still a really good start. Hopefully for, season 3, they'll get like a even bigger prize pool. So even more ladies can actually want to join and really have a better time. But you know what? Second place also having 750, and our third having 500, and fourth, $250 US. So that's a lot of money where people can actually go buy battle passes in the game. And not only that, AJ, they can actually use it to pursue their own esports career.
Oh, absolutely right. And I see some of these teams, they already are signed on to quite great establishments within the Philippines. I'm pretty sure they are getting compensated in a certain way. A majority of these girls are also content creators. So multiple ways within the world of esports to, look for a little bit of money to put the food on the table. It is these sorts of tournaments that we expect from Garena, right? To continuously assist the community to grow as these girls look for supremacy one day. As they have been proving themselves from season 1 into season 2, we even had the Fairies Invitational. These brands, if one thing, they are showing that they can bring consistency into these competitions. And very soon, those big brands will be following suit as well. And when they jump on in, these numbers, they are going to spike up.
Yeah, but speaking of numbers, I take a look at the current standings that we have, and without any surprises, Tyrant LXIX remains at the top with 11 wins, only just having that one loss, and the PDR Bees are the only teams that can actually go and get that loss from them. So speaking of PDR, they're going to be at that second spot with that 9 wins, but look at who's going to be below them, right? It's going to be Lugiami with 9 as well, so that's not going to be a very comfortable spot, but you can see here, the gap kind of just loses out just a little bit as Nifty Ultra has 7 wins to their name. So if you're going to be from 4th to probably even like the 6th spot, they're not going to be safe because Aim Genesis and Sad Valkyrie are in there for the win.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. So this is exactly how the team stands so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But what sort of drama is awaiting you today? We will be able to break that down as we walk you through the schedule for the day, because the action kind of starts off on I want to say a high, right? It is a opportunity for a team as solid as Aim Genesis to prove themselves as they will look to take on the tyrants of the Valkyrie series season 2, Tyrant LXIX themselves. Like you said, the only ones that have been able to sting the Tyrant so far have been PDR Bees, but Tyrant, they show that no sting can take them down. Even the PDR Bees girls, they got bagged yesterday on a 2-1 victory by the side of Tyrant LXI. So that's going to be quite a solid opener. If Tyrant goes down, that will truly be a shocker for the day. In series number 2, Sad Valkyrie, they take on Klasiko Hyenas. And this is that opportunity for Sad Valkyrie to continue their little bit of a hike up the leaderboards, Beef.
Absolutely, and both of these teams, they've been struggling a little bit with Klasiko Hyenas kind of dropping off the map in day number 3 and 4. Sad Valkyrie, on the other hand, having a way better run. But right below them is going to be Nifty Ultra AW Esports against Artemis. So with this one, it's a little bit predictable, I guess, with what might happen here. Obviously, NU is a little bit better in terms of the points, but maybe Artemis, obviously, they can definitely pull up the points. It's not too late for them. But then the last matchup that we have, PDR Bees versus Lugiami, I'm very, very excited for this because it's our top 2 and top 3 seed. They're basically in the same playing field, really wanting to get that top 2 spot. So again, let's take a look right now of what is going to have next, just because of how much craziness we have here so far, and the positioning really does matter. So this is going to be very important for you guys in the chat right now, who you want to vote for your hashtag Valkyrie right now. And obviously the anchor is going to be very, very important role right now that we have, because they're basically going to dictate the rotation of the whole game.
Yeah, absolutely right. Early rotations are great. Too early, you throw the game. Power holds are super important. Sneaky plays will be, needed as well for a majority of these teams. They, thrive on the mechanical supremacy out there, but it is the anchors that have to go beyond just that mechanical supremacy. It is all about the positioning on that map to see exactly how they can flank on over and set up each and every single one of these sites for their team members. But it's not just about the anchors, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got the OBJs in here as well that we are looking for the very, very best one. So don't forget, you can also vote for the best Valkyrie OBJ, Hayuki, Castella, Anna 98, Isha, all of these girls waiting for each and every single one of your hashtags.
And there you go. Just like that, the OBJ is going to be very, very important. And they can actually be top players, especially with Klasiko. They have Isha. You see her fragging out every single time. And usually it's the Slayers that have a really, really high point. So the OBJ, very important. They're going to be that point of contention. They're always going to be in that hard point, always being in that, really just focusing on that OBJ. But then speaking of, we're going to take a look at the next OBJs that we have. And there's a reason why there's a lot of them, because it's so important. They are the last line of defense when the Slayers get eliminated. So they need to be, not only do they have to be good at gunfights as well, they need to remain into that point, which is going to be very, very hard. So again, these ladies are very talented.
Yeah, as far as OBJs are concerned, they are either going to go in there and play their objectives, or they're going to go in there and be absolute superstars, right? Because like you said, they have to be on that point, and they're most of the time turned into absolute fodder as they get killed over and over again. But a majority of these times, we've been able to see within Season 2, the OBJs absolutely wrecking lobby after lobby, getting even higher kills than some of these Slayers out there. So definitely looking forward to seeing exactly which one of these ladies will be performing in here today. But speaking of Slayers, that is our very next category, isn't it, Beef?
Yeah, and the Slayers basically bring out the axe and really just roaming around the map, trying to just eliminate every single person, especially if you are going to be playing those respawns, right? They're going to be the most important as well. I mean, obviously, every single one of these players, they have an essential role. So these ladies, they are going to bother everyone. You have Rogue, you have Chair, NX. You know what? We keep saying she's a bot because of how well and how precise that she is. Elmo J obviously is going to be another one. So Lugiami has really great Slayers. But on the other hand, you have Sad Pixie as well. She's been performing every single time that she's playing in her team. And really, she not only does she shine in those respawns, you know what, in S&D as well, these Slayers really know how to bring it to the game.
I absolutely agree with you, right? Sad Pixie, definitely a name that stood out yesterday. Even better than Sad Chat, surprisingly, in a couple of those matches, right? So looking forward to seeing exactly how much of impact she can bring into the day-to-day as well. But, you know, who else do we have on the board for the best Valkyrie Slayer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Not just these 8 names. Let's take a quick look at the second page as well. We do have Rio, Tokyo, Mia, Afia, Venice, Flacco, Bien, Aurora, as well as Reiko. You know, Beef, in comparison to Season 1, where we could just vote for one best Valkyrie, having, you know, the opportunity to vote for a Valkyrie in each and every single one of these roles is truly a breath of fresh air.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a stacked season that we have. We see players really perform. For me, like, honestly, we already obviously have Mia and Flacco as well, but a really great player that I've been seeing here so far has been Tokyo, really just formidable with that KRM. I know in Season 1, she wasn't really able to shine only at the very later half of the season. So now, again, speaking of a really important part, a really essential member for their team is going to be the snipers. That's what we really like to see, really shine in those search and destroys. So, you know, you get to see all of those essential picks because they're essentially going to be the information gatherer in terms of the early games into that search and destroy rounds.
Yeah, make or break in search and destroys. We have seen some of the teams that take a very aggressive approach in towards those bomb sites without really clearing those areas. In the Valkyrie series of Season 2, it hasn't been the best of strategies to pull off because of how these snipers usually retake those sites. And we've been able to see that time and time again. But of course, you know, apart from these snipers being able to bring impact into the game, there's another role that is absolutely crucial, the support role, the one that is the true backbone of the team, Beef.
Yes, and speaking of the backbone, the flex players or the support, they will always give you that. Obviously, they're named support, right? So you can always just rely on them on getting any kind of role. There's a reason why they're essential. Miera, Bloom, Recta, Tin, Thanks, and also Sam. That is going to be a very essential role. If your OBJ dies, you can best believe that you can hang on them. You can basically rely on them to get that role. If you don't have Slayers, they can do that. And that's why these players, they're so, you know, I guess they're adjustable in any type of situation where they can just mold into any player that they can be.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, one standout player from, actually, I have to say 2 standout players for you would be Teeny as well as Recta. Recta, yesterday, she put on a absolute example of a showcase for all of us, and she wasn't even the best performing team member of Nifty Ultra. And that is truly a testament to exactly how much of a threat the team is going to be in here for the 3rd series. And of course, they take on LIthara. Artemis, the girls from LIthara, they are going to be having a tough time today, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, they might have a hard time, but I really want them to go and turn around. So there's still a lot of points here if they can 3-0, which is not likely, but obviously not off the table. If they can 3-0 today, if they can 3-0 tomorrow, then maybe they can actually have a, you know, chance of maybe making it. But obviously with the points that we've had, we want to be positive for them because it's not obviously like statistically not able to do that. But speaking of a team that needs to perform so they can actually go into that top 4, AIM Genesis is going to be lining up here for us. Bien, Ella, Flacco, Nekal, Sam, and Isa. All these ladies have been in the guidance of their team. Captain Flacco definitely is that member, especially with her duo Bien. This team, they're going to be unstoppable if these 2 ladies absolutely just pop off.
Yeah, I think today is going to be the day where AIM Genesis shows us what they are truly made of. The probability of them taking a 2-1 victory in here does not seem
Take a look at that. It's sportsmanship.
Oh, I love them.
Sportswomanship.
Sportswomanship or absolute mind games at its best. Tyrant LXIX, we absolutely love you. We'll give you a small little kiss on your cheeks before we thrash the heck out of you in a bit. Because let me tell you, right, probability in terms of their performance in the competition so far, taking on Tyrant LXIX, it doesn't seem like a win will be highly probable. But at the same time, the Philippines, they've got 4 teams in here. And I think the Philippines are aiming to have 4 teams in the playoffs as well. So the probability of AIM Genesis rising above all odds and beating Tyrant LXIX in here today most definitely is there, Beef.
Yeah, and speaking of presence, we already saw it before. The ladies of AIM absolutely just showed us how much they love this team, and we love them as well. We have Tyrant, LXIX, Yaki, Consta, Afia, Sika, Simpax, Mia, and Venice. These ladies need no introduction because the team before them already did it for us. So thank you so much for the ladies of AIM. And without a doubt, this team has been in the top. But you know what? Just like that, a team like AIM Genesis can actually take 1 point or even 2 to make them go down a little bit. So speaking of, oh, look at that. You see, this is why I love this tournament so much. The ladies just giving so much love. We love Genesis. We love Tyrant. And just like that, you see really the greatness and the sportswomanship that we like to see here so far.
Yeah, you love these teams for that. I absolutely love Call of Duty Mobile for this. And I absolutely love the Philippines community for this, right? Because we've seen so many great teams come out of this country. And the question that's always being asked is how? How in the world do you guys have the consistency of chugging out so many great brands back to back to back? It is all because even when you are enemies out there on the battlefield, the Filipinos understand that out of the battlefield, we are all friends, we are all family. Be it Genesis, be it Tyrant, they are all one as they fight for Call of Duty Mobile. Valkyrie series, they're doing it for the whole of the community, each and every single women player in there.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of the ladies that can spearhead their way through all of these games, we have our MVPs. Look at that head-to-head. We have Venice having that 14, average test of 12, assists with 2, and an average score of 2,106. But right beside her, Bien actually has better numbers, but not by a lot. Average skills of 15, average test of 15 as well, assists of 1, and an average score of 2,325. So they're pretty leveled when it comes to getting all of those kills. Very skilled players, and these ladies can definitely bring their team to the top.
Yeah. Once again, let's talk about probabilities. Numbers wise, it does not seem like Tyrant LXIX is going to be dropping this, but purely understanding and knowing where AIM Genesis comes from, they are not going to be dropping this game that easily at all. In fact, they're going to be going all out. I will not be surprised if Tyrant LXIX tanks a 3-0 loss in here today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be crazy stuff. Bans and picks. This is going to be the first point where we see where Lady Luck looks and smiles at.
And speaking of Lady Luck, I feel like we see AIM finally getting the luck of the draw. And so now they're going to be going with their bans. It's essential that they really ban either the map that they're weakest at or the map that Tyrant is really, really good at. So having that into consideration, we do have the first map in a little bit. But before we actually get into that, it's important to know that once you do pick a map, I feel like they should ban Summit. Hands down, ban Summit, because Tyrant has been absolutely great there.
Yeah, but Crossfire has been the map where, AIM Genesis has not really wanted to play in a while until recently where they went up against Sad Valkyrie and they lost 150 to 147. And ever since then, they have not wanted to play Hackney Yard at all. So, an apt ban coming through, I guess they realized at the Valkyrie Series Season 2 that Hackney Yards is not a playground they want to be jumping on into. In terms of Tyrant LXIX, the probable, map that they might be taking off here might be Takeoff, but Hackney Yard and Raid has been the maps where they have not really wanted to jump into as well. What do you think might be the aspect?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that they're probably going to be taking out Takeoff just because of how well all of the ladies really just, and there you go, they banned Takeoff. A lot of these players don't really want to play there, and I really want to see it. So, and for the next, we're not going to be seeing here, unfortunately, but you know what, for Hardpoint, that's going to be very essential for them. So taking out the stats, they've been doing really well in Hackney Yard, Fire, honestly, anything. The only map that they actually dropped was it was in standoff against PDR. So that's a lot of things into consideration. They have a 50% win rate there, but obviously against NU, against AIM, they have like a very bad win rate in standoff. So that would be very great for them. So AIM definitely has an upper hand because they do have the coin toss in their favor.
Oh, but they bring us in towards Raid, and Raid was the place where they did go ahead and beat Klasiko Hyenas. But Klasiko Hyenas versus Tyrant LXIX, two very, very different teams. Let us not be influenced by those numbers because that was a crazy win that they got over there, 150-46, right? But Search and Destroy, Tyrant LXIX should be able to bring in a good response in here. Question is, where do they drag us? Firing range can definitely be a place where they go ahead and punish AIM Genesis. Crossfire, a map that AIM Genesis has been so intent on banning out. I think Tyrant knows exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they know what they're doing because I feel like Summit is a little bit too predictable for them because they did get that 2 wins against Lugiami and NU. So it's a good thing that they're throwing them a curveball and AIM, not knowing if they're going to be doing so well here because both of these teams haven't really played it in Search and Destroys. No, they did, but against with like AIM, they did get like a 6-3, but you know what? It doesn't really matter for them. It is a new dawn, a new day, and Domination definitely going to be the name of the game because they've been doing such a great job here. AIM, on the other hand, only having 1 win in Domination, that's not going to be good numbers for them, but for the side of Tyrant LXIX, finally having that standoff. Both of these teams haven't played here yet, so there's still a lot of things that we need to see from both of them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Overall, crazy stuff coming through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. In terms of the operator skills, we might just see those basic bans from the Annihilator as well as Sparrow coming through. But hopefully, one of the teams gets a little cheeky and bans out the Death Machine or something. There you go!
There you go.
Do not do it, Tyrant. Do not take our Sparrow away.
But you know what? It's going to be even playing field. At least you can't really spam anything here. You have your Annihilators, and for sure the Equalizers are going to be very popular, as well as the Gravity Vortex. So this is going to be a very spicy first game, really just opening things up for us, really explosive. And out of all of the games that we're going to be having today, like which map are you more excited on seeing, AJ?
Good question. I think standoff, because like you said, Beef, we have not seen either one of these teams play there just yet. I'm curious as to why that is so. We did see Hardpoint, where Tyrant LXIX have gone in here a couple of times, and they've shown us exactly what they could do. Against Nifty Ultra, I think that was where they showed us exactly what sort of magic they can pull out as a standoff, right? But Domination's a little bit of a different matchup. Let's see exactly what AIM Genesis can do a little bit later on. But at Raid, this is not a usual Hardpoint, I have to say.
Yeah, we haven't seen it a lot here in this competition so far, so definitely Raid Hardpoint is going to be very, very exciting. We can see here a very explosive start. You need to get laundry control here. We keep saying it like a broken record because of how important you actually go and have that, but then Tyrant LXIX already has a hold of that power position.
Yes, and remember, this is exactly where they won 150-46 over Klasiko Hyenas. Once again, Klasiko Hyenas and Tyrant LXIX worlds apart in terms of team performance on the competition so far. 11-5, Tyrant LXIX taking the hard point, running away with the points just a little bit. In laundry, it is going to be Zika with the control, and the timing at its worst looks away. Mia trades her out instantaneously, and AIM Genesis just keeping things under control, not allowing Tyrant LXIX to run away with the points all that too much.
It's all Issa. Issa really went in there in top laundry, got control, and Flacco as well with the support. But then just like that, they also have, they went in for that early rotation as well. So not only did they get a couple points, but the rotation really is key. So this is what I like to see with AIM Genesis, with how conscious they are of the rotations, and not only that, to contest and also to get those scrap points. So they have really great stuff here. You see Bien already staying there, being that OBJ. We have one more player outside, Issa, doing a lot of great jobs, but then unfortunately drops.
Oh, great stuff coming through from Tyrant. They take over the kitchen, and now a 3-lady hole at the kitchen. I don't know if they're cooking anything up just yet, but I surely smell some smoke in the air. It could just be the hopes and dreams of AIM Genesis going up in flames. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they try to take over the Hardpoint, it seems to be just a little bit too tough as Mia steps on in there with the MX-9, and it's just a shutdown after shutdown after shutdown for the girls of Tyrant. And kitchen, yep, they seem to be cooking it up good.
And it looks like a really great meal for them. The rotation already coming in from the side of AIM Genesis, and now that is a very good play. They're going to utilize everything that they have here in P3. Now, this is going to be the money hill that everyone wants to get, although Sika is going to try to disrupt that. Issa spots her, though, and this is honestly a player that I've been seeing performing really well here so far for the side of AIM. Issa's been doing good at flushing out all of the players, but unfortunately for them, they've been losing on the gunfight. So if they can hold P3 really well, they can definitely come up with the points.
Oh, Tyrant LXIX, no flanks whatsoever. They throw their bodies through from the observation deck. They stick together, trying to take down each and every single one of the players from AIM Genesis. But smart plays coming through from the team in blue as they back away from all of the assault. They pull the flanks instead out of the observation deck, trying to control the area. But it is contested, 24-68. Tyrant LXIX still trying to fight for it. Finally breaks the hill and takes over Hardpoint. 30 seconds to go. Let's see what more AIM has for them.
See, this is how powerful LXIX, right? They had that late rotation, and they even contested Genesis. Genesis couldn't even get a lot of points there. They weren't able to utilize everything. So LXIX now having that hard point really just flushed everyone out from Genesis, and now the rotation finally coming through into basketball court, which is going to be very hard because it's such an open space. If Genesis is having a hard time controlling P3, which is supposed to be one of the easiest to defend, this is going to be very tricky for them.
And let's see exactly what they will be able to pull off here at basketball court. AIM Genesis is there first, but they haven't really stepped onto the hard point until now. Once they get a couple of frags, they get a little bit extra confident, but they have to be a little careful. Here comes Synpax with the MX-9 as well. Gets a double for herself, will be going on through, gets the halfway there, will not be able to get away. The defense over from the side of AIM Genesis, solid until Tyrant LXIX once again steps on in with the dominant feed. Now, getting snuffed out with the Holger 26 seems to be all too easy, and Venice just getting all of it done. 95-48, Predator missile in her hands as well. So even if they do go ahead to lose this side, they are not going to be fussing over it way too much, B.
It's just way too much right now for AIM Genesis, but it's a good thing for them. They're still contesting, and just like that, they're getting the scrap points that they needed. But then they're not going to make it having easy time as Flacco dies in the hands of LXIX. Now the rotation going into P5 is going to be absolutely essential, but knowing LXIX, this is their playground. They do so well in those open spaces that they can just defend it so easily, especially now there are a lot of streaks already coming down. But then also for the side of Genesis, they have their operator skills ready.
Oh, Pred goes in for the drop. Venice takes Flacco out of the equation. 107-58. I don't think they can finish the game off at Central Garden just yet. But as I say, that Tyrant LXIX pulls the hard point right back. 40 seconds, all they need to finish this off. AIM Genesis, they need to go in and at the very least contest for this. Flacco with a backstab takes Yaki out of the equation, and now AIM Genesis finally breaks the hill. A 3-1, outnumbering Tyrant LXIX. With a great comeback perhaps on the way. 28 seconds on the clock. They might just be able to pull this off, but they have to figure out a way on how to stop the pinch push coming through from Tyrant LXIX. All three corners taken over, and that hill gets broken once again.
We keep seeing that early rotation coming in from AIM Genesis, and now they're primed into that P1. That is going to be very key for them. No contest coming through on their end, so they need to make it well here. They need to get all of the points here. They already established really good positioning, so that's going to be very good for them. LXIX need to go and position themselves as well. We see here Gallery having 2 players. That is a good start, but then they need to have a few more players going to top laundry if they want to go and contest here.
Yep, and top laundry is exactly where they will go. 3 players swarming in there, but they understand that it is not enough. Laundry, yes, it does have the support, but the players on that hard point need that backup as well. Predator missile gets dropped in, only 1 player taken out, but Tyrant now breaking the hill. This might just be the final stand. Sentry gun pulled out as well. A dominant end to the first matchup, 150 to 78.
That is just crazy numbers. And yes, AIM Genesis has really good plays. It's really the rotations that they really had shine. But unfortunately for them, individual gunfights were just not won. And even though they were primed in really good positioning, they just lost all of their gunfights. So we see here, we love Genesis and the support from these ladies, obviously in the beginning, but obviously they're not going to be giving them an easy time. So obviously Tyrant LXIX doing an amazing job here so far without any surprises here.
Yeah, once again, taking this matchup against Tyrant versus how they took it easily against the side of Klasiko. Hyenas, very obviously, worlds apart. Look at the MVP picking up the KDA here, 25 to 13. And what more can we ask from Sika, right? She was just absolutely annihilating each and every single one of those players that stood in front of her. That whole girl was on spray 24/7 on that non-stop reload. And nothing the side of AIM Genesis could do to actually fight against them, right? They went in there for those early rotations. Those setups were quite good. They anchored in their positions. They barely made any mistakes. And yet, Tyrant LXIX made it look so easy.
Oh yeah, easy is honestly like an understatement because of how well these girls are individually. They keep winning all of their gunfights, and you can see here they have so much points from the top 1 to top 3. You have that, you basically reach your double digit to 20 points plus, and the lowest that they have is 11. So Sam really struggling to get that going triple negative already. So that's going to be very hard, especially going up against a team like Tyrant LXIX. So you have like an MVP with Flacco, right? And I saw her kind of struggle with her operator skills, not really getting as much annihilator kills just because of how well Tyrant can just weave through and really know how to avoid all of these players. So again, it's really down to those individual gunfights that Tyrant won. And even though, yes, they didn't really rotate early, it doesn't really matter because they can take a point whenever they want.
Yeah, absolutely right. And breaking hills is exactly what Tyrant is all about. The question is, how do you go in there and break each and every single one of these hills? They do not pull the exact same strat for, different hills, right? When you talk about P1, they pull in the pinch push. They know that laundry is going to be a problem. They send in at least 1 player to pull the backstep from kitchen. They go in through central garden as well. But when it came to P3, when it came to garage, they don't bother going in for the flank. Instead, they threw bodies at the players of AIM Genesis, and they managed to break a very, very tough hill that a lot of other teams have struggled with. And that's exactly, once again, where the team like Tyrant will continue to excel in the Valkyrie series. 150 to 78, that's just the start. But the question here is, AIM Genesis, can they find it in themselves to hit back? They've managed to take away 2 games from Sad Valkyrie, and we all know exactly how good that team was. Can they do the same against Tyrant? It seems to be a huge uphill battle, Beef.
Yeah, and obviously different teams here. Obviously with Sad, they did a really great job pulling at that 6-3, but this is a very different team, a very mechanically different team. So with Tyrant LXIX, without a doubt, they have a really good hold here in Crossfire. And that's going to be that curveball that we keep saying a while ago, just because they haven't played here yet. And there's a reason why they chose this map. So again, this is going to be a sniper playground. You see a lot of angles here. Once you peek your head, it's too late. Don't try to go into the middle of this map just because it's going to be no man's land. If you are trying to go through the middle, make sure that these players, they need to go and throw a smoke here, because there's so many times that players try to go into the middle and then just regret it because just 1 second in, they're already gone. You're probably going to be seeing a double sniper setup, maybe from Tyrant LXIX. We don't know yet, but that's probably one thing I want to see.
Yeah. A double sniper setup on Crossfire, definitely a strategy that will be super tough to overcome, right? You are going to be looking at throwing one of your snipers all the way into broken building and potentially positioning one over at central building as well. What you're going to be able to do is cut off all of those crosses, which, like you said, the smoke can, to a certain degree, prevent or help you slow down the play of your opponents. But it is the central building setup that we have seen so many of these teams focus on so many of times, right? Because when we talk about crossfire, it's just going to be all about bus station. It's all going to be about the bomb that is planted over at the B bomb site. Of course, the question that is being begged here is, what can the team Aim Genesis do? Because they've already taken Crossfire, a matchup against, I believe, Nifty Ultra, where they did lose. And before allowing Crossfire in the 3 previous series, they kind of banned out Crossfire, right? So it's not really a map they have been looking forward to play all throughout the competition. And now to take it against a team as strong as Tyrant LXIX on a map that they just don't favor that much, I don't see the odds of them winning super duper high, B.
But I want to be surprised because obviously Crossfire is a map to just have a quick turnaround just like that. Especially once you find your rhythm, once you find your footing and really try to make amazing plays. You need to get those power positions that we have here. You keep saying it. You have central building that you obviously need to have. That's a really good sniper hotspot. Butcher as well. But then once you're at Butcher, you need to worry about that person in corner building that might aim down their sights on you. So if you are going to be in Butchers, you just have to be prone. You need to time yourself well. Make sure no one's going to be in that corner building. And once you clear that out, try to do that wall bang into that Bravo site because you can easily just like penetrate bullets there or maybe even like spam a Holger. But here we go. Finally starting things off in our search and destroy. Aim can definitely pull it out here because it's a different paced game and hopefully they utilize it well.
Well, it is going to be a straight push in towards Butchers from the side of Tyrant, and they go in there for those quick scopes. Consta not finding anyone just yet. Will manage to find one head if she's a little bit patient, but it's going to be Yisa on the other hand that finds a frag on top of Mia. A well-placed nade will damage the hopes of Tyrant perhaps early on in this matchup. 4-4 as Handpacks clears things out and trades BN out.
Beautiful kill there by Sandpax, evening out the playing field, but Issa with a beautiful nade as well. So they need to have a response here from Sandpax. Only gets a hit marker, unfortunately. Flacco not wanting to engage. That is a very good thing for them to have. But then the bomb is going to be right there. 1 minute is still a lot of time. Sandpax getting a lot of those kills already. So they just need to respond. Both of these teams are responding really well.
And the very curious thing here is exactly where Sam is holding on to, right? She's waiting for that aggressive push to come through, and Sam might just be able to find someone. Constant from the back! Takes Issa out of the equation. One more opportunity. Sam from across takes Yaki out. Sandpax dropped as well, and the numbers really do not look good for the side of Tyrant. Constant trying to get the job done. Looking for Flacco with those wall banks. Will not find the hit marker, but the ideation is solid as the bomb gets planted. A 2 versus 3 as the numbers are low. Let's see exactly what Venice has for them.
And Venice already getting rid of Sam. That's going to be very good points in that call. Almost getting that kill. So I'm pretty impressed with what I'm seeing with Aim Genesis here so far. Not really going in a little bit too aggressive. And maybe they even had like a disadvantage a while ago. Flacco unfortunately doesn't quite get the kill. Nekal going down as well. And there you go. Just like that, we finally see Tyrant LXIX really shine through with 10 seconds left. That's still a lot of time to go in for the defusal. So very great start here. Both of these teams have been doing a really good job. Genesis, a really good response as well. But unfortunately for them, it's really just the hit markers that really lost them. And obviously if you're going up against a sniper, that is going to be very hard to do. So Flacco, unfortunately for her, goes down. And with that response, I feel like you need to change your loadout right now because you keep getting hit markers.
Yeah, absolutely. Venice now holding on right outside of broken building, and a quick rush in. Yaki shuts down Sam. Constant taken out of the equation. Flacco goes down as well. Back and forth. The trades come. Aim Genesis drops yet another player as Mia shuts it down with a KRM. And it's going to be Yisa going in for the shot. She instead on Tyra. And it is going to be Yaki taken out with the shorty as well. And it breaks down to a 1-on-1.
Oh no, Venice Bees just spots her at the right time, and that is COD timing at its finest. And Issa absolutely had a chance to actually clutch up that 1v3, but unfortunately for her, she was just chilling there. Probably should have been a little bit more careful and just standing over there in that little corner. That was just crazy. Again, that was just crazy. LXIX definitely did such an amazing job. And finally, we're opening things up in round number 3. A different rotation coming in from the side of AIM Genesis right now, trying to split up all of the teams, knowing very well they might get flanked.
Oh, Mia, what a dangerous play! She takes Flaco out, but gets traded out by Issa instantaneously. AIM Genesis now with just 2 more players. Sam holding back the line, but Consta shuts her down once again. Sam just needs to understand that the corner that she has been holding is super ineffective. They need to go out there for a more aggressive push. Tyrant LXIX running circles around AIM Genesis at the moment.
Not only circles, they're running 8s, they're running every kind of figure that they want to have, and the confidence for Mia to actually over push there really tells a tale of how confident this team is and finally get rid of the line of sight. Consta taking a look at mid, you know, that's really good for her because she's been having like a lot of kills here lately, 3 already to her name. Not only that, those are essential kills for her to actually have.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the double sniper setup coming through from the side of Tyrant LXIX. Consta as well as Finish. So far, they are showing us that if you drop in here to crossfire, lock down these 2 important positions. Which one is it? Right in front of Broken Building as well as either central or corner building. You take over these 3 spots, you should be able to bag this. And now they shut down the players once again. Yisa, the final player in here. Will she be able to save AIM Genesis? A 4-on-1 situation, and Yisa starts things off strong with the shorty straight to the chest. But now with the DLQ in hand, won't be able to pull anything off onto the left-hand side. Can she pull a quick scope off? Sneaky plays! Spots a very, very important player. Way too slow.
And you shouldn't allow LXIX to push in that deep, in that early of a round. You need to have that solid hold, stop the push, and maybe even heavily stack that Bravo site. What keeps happening is we see LXIX easily, without any kind of defense whatsoever, go easily into Bravo. So that's something you don't want to happen if you are for AIM Genesis. And finally, they are in there having solid defense, but unfortunately for them, 3 players go down for the side of AIM.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not just about the mechanical supremacy. It's all about the map mastery as well, right? Tyrant have been playing, this map. In round number 5, they understand one very simple fact. AIM Genesis have not mastered Crossfire as well as they would like to have done so. And it's going to be Yisa with a smart snipe, but Senpax just snuffs her out. 5-0, way too easy for Tyrant LXIX.
And for AIM Genesis, they just kept on doing the same thing over and over again, which made them so predictable. Should have went into A, made a different play. But yeah, even the bomb is not being picked up right now. Okay, I thought she wasn't going to go and do that. But again, now it's LXIX turn to actually go in there for the plant. Very aggressive push coming in from Genesis already. So that's a really good start.
Yeah, Venice, one of the snipers taken out. Consta is going to be another dangerous player that they need to shut down. No hit markers just yet. Yaki shuts down Yisa! And Consta shut down. This is the opportunity for AIM Genesis. BN goes in for a quick slide. Is she going to be able to find Senpex right in front, using the walls as cover, backing away? AIM Genesis, they still have the number. Nicole will be able to shut down Yaki, and this might just be the round for the side of AIM Genesis.
Ooh, Senpack's a little bit too good, but you know what? Sam finally ended and they have won. Match point though, so it's not going to be easy for them. They need a lot more to be able to dethrone LXIX right now. So that was a really good push from AIM Genesis. Maybe they're a little bit better in that defensive side. They went in there, 3 players going in for the backside push. That was a really good start for them. They're not pulling the same thing, so that's a really good thing. But you can see here into the map, Yaki's already pushing very, very deep into Alpha.
Yeah, a smart smoke's coming out from the side of AIM Genesis, allowing them to close that gap. Mia from the back. Tyrant shuts down a 2 back-to-back kill. Gets the 3rd one for herself as well. And Mia's just running rampant all throughout the competition. A true Tyrant in the Valkyrie Series Season 2. Mia looking for the melee. Won't be able to find anyone just yet. Yisa backing away with the DLQ, waiting for Tyrant to make these mistakes. 3-on-1, 1 minute on the clock. Make that 40 seconds. I believe Yisa will now be forced out of a spot. Shorty onto the left. Check your corners, Yisa. Does not. 2nd time round. and pays a heavy price for it.
That was just so great to see. We really love the performance from Tyrant LXIX, and obviously for them, it's just a piece of cake. Crossfire, you do not want to meet this team here. They know all the spots. They go in there aggressively, especially with a team like Mia. Getting that beautiful 3 kills in that last round, that was absolutely just nuts. So not only her, everyone else in her team has been performing. You have that double sniper setup that we always just mention, especially in this map, to really just go find that information. And the thing here is that we didn't really get to see a lot of great plays from the side of AIM Genesis, but it doesn't really matter. They did that one defensive round where they went into the backside, really just offset Tyrant LXIX. But speaking of a really good team, you can see here, even though that Mia was really doing a good job, Sandpax with that 11 kills is just nuts.
I was not expecting that. I definitely was not expecting that. Sandpax just popping off like crazy all of a sudden. But Bees as well as Consta, 6 and 4, those 10 very, very important kills were crucial in terms of punishing AIM Genesis early on. And Sam just kept holding back a very weird position, very deep in towards the Special Forces base multiple times round. And I guess they were expecting Tyrant to go in for the early rushes and get that plant and then play retake, but it just didn't make sense because the positioning from the rest of the players, apart from Sam, kind of exposed them way too early. So there wasn't much of a retake ability in there for the side of AIM Genesis. Overall, Tyrant LXIX, like you said, not just circles, ran 8s, ran around the whole wide world, 6-1. A second victory in here, and AIM Genesis, they are left with one final option now, standoff domination beef. What do you think the probability of them bagging a victory here is?
You know what? I want to be positive for them, but with the performance that they had in Hardpoint, yes, the rotation was really good, but then they just keep losing their gunfights. So obviously, this is a really good reset for them because standoff, you can definitely run into a point a little bit quicker than if you had like Crossfire into the mix when it comes to like domination. So yeah, again, a lot of things here that we like to see for standoff. Really, really good stuff here, especially when it comes to standoff. You can go into the rotation for Bravo really quickly if you are Charlie, but you really want to have that alpha point because you have that second floor. You have 2F in Blue House. That is going to be very essential because you can just have a lot of cover into that second floor. Spam a Holger. I've already seen a lot here. Some players even use snipers in this particular map.
Yeah, both teams currently have a 50% win rate on standoff, but those win rates are not from domination at all so far. Neither one has jumped into a domination map at standoff, so which really keeps me curious as to what's going to go down in a bit. But I guess a little bit of that story has already been painted out based on the Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy. We talk about mechanical supremacy, we talk about map mastery. It's all throughout the Tyrants of the Valkyrie series. Tyrant LXIX, let's see if or not they can bag a 3-0 once again in here today.
I think out of all the maps and the modes, I think this is the most of a chance that a Genesis can actually go and pull through. But Flacco really going in there very deep into the hard point. That's a really good thing. This point, this tank, you need to get this bar position. Statues, I think, going to be very important for the Sandpax with the denial. You already see here, Sandpax doing such a great job, not only flushing out all the players, but also getting points in Bravo as well.
Well, let's see exactly how the fight over at Bravo is, because the players from the side of AIM Genesis, they go in there for the strong flank. They don't want to touch the flag just yet. They want to clear out the house, and they do so really, really well. But as they go around on a wild goose chase after the players from Tyrant LXIX, Sandpax takes that opportunity to put their foot into that B flag. A double, a triple man throw, a triple lady throw into that B flag now for a capture on the side of Tyrant LXIX. And now from this point on, they need to go in there for the defense. But before they can get up into the second floor of Bakery, no, they don't even need to do that. They throw the bodies right back in there. It's a solid defense. They prevent that B flag capture by AIM Genesis.
And this is where it's scary. You see here, the people in blue, the ladies in blue can't even push. They're being spawn trapped almost. And we can see that Tyrant LXIX doing such a great job at applying that pressure. We see AIM Genesis just struggling with their gunfights at the moment. We already see a very early sentry gun. That is going to be so surprising. AIM Genesis needs to find a way to go in there as a team because they keep getting flushed out by one player. And that one player is going to be Mia, always going to be in that blue house.
Yeah, and now you saw that early sentry setup. There's 6 women jumping on in there just to protect the B flag. And the second floor of Bakery, held on by Sika, is just going to be the winner over on the side of Tyrant LXIX. Sika, usually with the Holger in hand, from such a secure spot, should be able to protect that B flag. And now in deep, unfortunately for the side of Yaki, does not turn around and look, gets shut down. 28 to 46. Aim Genesis still trying to fight their way back in here, but they cannot figure out a play for the B flag, and therefore they focus on the C flag. Gorilla base on the attack. Hey, two-lady play. They should be able to bag this, but the prevention comes through either way from Yaki.
Yaki doing such an amazing job at stopping the capture, and Mia really just applying that pressure, flipping the spawns, being so annoying at Alpha that they can't even go and have a proper push going into Bravo. She's been there for the longest time and no one can actually go and beat her. Gets one more kill, gets 2 before getting flushed out. Now that is going to be absolutely essential.
Yep, Flacco is the name that Aim Genesis needs to focus on to take out Sika. Flacco on freaking fire! I don't know how many kills that is, but that's way too many. Activating the equalizer, Flacco should be able to bring true impact in the second half. For the first half, it's gonna be Tyrant LXIX wrapping things up with a tiny little cute bow on top.
And the bow and the tag says, thank you for playing with us, but we'll take it into the next round. See you at the playoffs. Aim, they need to try and stop LXIX, especially Mia, going into the back end, because she will always be there behind you to stab your back and shoot you. That is going to be very essential for them if they can take off the shutdown. Venice, though, goes down. That's a very good start here. They're going to basically do the same thing that LXIX did to them.
Yep, Flacco. Flacco is the player we all need to keep our eyes on. Aim Genesis going in for that A flag. A double player push. Flacco going in for the assistance as well. House has been taken over. Prevention over at the Charlie flag does not come through. Solo plays out of setbacks and now backed up by Sika as well. They bag it. They've gone in there for the flip already. And this is the part where Aim Genesis needs to start worrying a little bit, because when you give Tyrant LXIX the Gorilla base, you give them access to the second floor of Bakery as well. And Sika on that second floor means that B flag is going to be really tough to touch. Nicole pulls out the equalizer, but brings no effect into the match whatsoever. Equalizer from Mia, on the other hand, not touched just yet. 59 to 84. Aim Genesis just very slowly inching there. Sentry set up on that second floor. Bakery is just going to be the place where Tyrant baits his victory through all the way.
But then it's not easy for them. We see Bravo and Charlie not really captured. Alpha and Bravo on the side of Genesis, that's going to be good for them. And Aim Genesis doing such a great job at holding this so far. Flacco gets one more 18 to her name, but then that sentry gun up on top, that's going to be very annoying. They need to find a way to get rid of that. We see 4 players going into Charlie, and finally the split. There you go. They're trying to go for that flip yet again.
Triple cap! Tyrant LXIX! Aim Genesis, unfortunately for them, they are a little slow to the C flag. They capture Gorilla base. Yes, they will be able to get the favorable spot with Bakery and the second floor as well. But Tyrant LXIX, they might have just ran away with the game, because they don't care at the very moment as long as they can maintain mechanical supremacy. Yaki, she does have the equalizer on activation. Nicole, unfortunately, cannot do much. Sandbags just flaying around with the KRM, getting shot after shot, taken down, but the gravity vortex online as well. Tyrant LXIX, there's no way they can lose this. But Aim Genesis, what can they do to make a comeback in here? Can they pull the distraction over from hotel shortcuts, because that A flag needs to be played?
They keep losing their gunfights. It's not going to be possible for them to get that triple kill that they needed. But there you go. It's just, they're going in for that A flag, which is going to be very good. But if they leave Charlie open, they should have just stayed there. One player at the very least to really just defend it, because they cannot afford to flip the spawn. They can't afford to lose Charlie. And just like that, we see 128 and 89. And it's going to be very easy for LXIX, knowing very well that they just keep going in there for the same plays, really just bunched up together. And finally, a triple cap is in order, just like that, yet again, assuming dominance here.
Dominance all throughout, in fact. Tyrant, LXIX, Aim Genesis, no matter what they try, they just don't have an answer for the plays that the Tyrants bring through in the Valkyrie series of Season 2. Season 1, they were strong. Season 2, they are absolutely insane. A double cap, more than enough to wrap things up. In fact, a single flag will be more than enough for Tyrant, LXIX to continue smiling all the way through to the end. 150 to 95 overall, 3-0. They serve the donut up to open day number 5.
And there you go. That basically secures their spot into the playoffs. That's a really good start here for Tyrant LXIX. And just like that, you know what? They did win, but they still give a little bit of love. We love Genesis. Yes, we do as well. So just like that, we're finally done with our match number 1. And these ladies really proved to be why they are up on top.
I mean, back to back to back. The attack just came through from the side of Aim Genesis, but they just couldn't find any solutions to the mechanical supremacy, right? Because in terms of map mastery, they knew their rotations, but they just couldn't get all of those plans executed in the exact way that they wanted it. Senpax picking up the MVP 18 to 15 on the KD. On the side of Aim Genesis, we're not able to see the rest of the 2 players, but it doesn't matter. Flacco was most definitely a very, very important player out there on the battlefield, and she was the solution to Sika. Sika just absolutely refused to go down until Flacco showed up with that KRM.
Yeah, and she went in the guns a-blazing, and every time there's like a respawn, you best believe that you can really just rely on a player like Flacco. But right on the other side, Sandpax absolutely just crazy plays here. Not only that, she also like focused on the objective. Really early into the game, she went in there into Statue, got rid of so many girls from Aim, and really just went in there for the points for Bravo. Not capping it all her own, but then she still was able to get there a little bit of points. So that's really impressive. And right below her, Venice and Mia as well, having the 25 and 22, that is going to be essential. It's the girls from Aim really just struggling to get those kills individually that they really need to work on, because like what you said, the plays were there, the rotations were there, but unfortunately for them, for the mechanically skilled players on the other side of the team, they weren't able to handle that.
Yeah, like you said, right? Mia picking up the 25, Venice with the 22. I mean, how do you stop such a team that just absolutely wrecks you out there on the battlefield? Every time you come back out there for the spawn, you try to fight them for the flag, you die. You try to retake the flag, you die. You try to capture a brand new flag, you absolutely die. I mean, in terms of throwing bodies, Tyrant was so supreme all throughout, right? They knew exactly how to play their numbers in terms of when to go in for the solid push and when they just didn't really need all that too much of pressure. For example, Sika, she held on to the second floor of Bakery, and a majority of the times when the C flag was being disturbed, Sika just handled that job all on her own until they needed backup. And they knew their rotations, they knew exactly how long it'll take to get to the back as well. And all throughout this matchup, Tyrant LXIX, they barely looked like they broke a sweat.
Yeah, barely any scratches here. You can see Hardpoint 78 and 150, Search and Destroy 1 and 6, and Domination 95 and 150. Now, going back to that Domination matchup, I feel like that's where we really saw Tyrant shine as a team. Not only as a team, but individuals as well. You keep saying Sika and that 2F Bakery absolutely shine, really getting a hold of Bravo and Charlie. But then really for me, it was Mia getting that solo hold, really going to disrupt the spawn of Aim all by herself in that blue house. There's a reason why she's triple positive. She has like 25 and 6. That is going to be crazy numbers in a respawn game like Domination, where it doesn't really matter if you don't have a really good KDA as long as you get that. But for her, it doesn't really matter. That was a really important play because early on, they couldn't have a hold of the point that they have in Domination. Aim really struggled just because of one player. Mia just disrupted. Every single one of these players wasn't able to go in there for that Bravo push.
Yeah, Mia has not been on a run like that just in this matchup, right? All throughout the competition, this Valkyrie truly has been a pain in the behind for a majority of the teams the Tyrant LXIX has taken on so far. And, 150 to 95, it was definitely a stellar performance from the side of Tyrant. But on Aim Genesis' side, they tried, right? And oh my goodness, did they try. They never gave up all the way down to the very end. It's just unfortunate the way they were not able to win all of their gunfights. How they were put together, I believe if they can perhaps just stick together a little bit more longer, because there have been a few roster changes in comparison to season 1 into season 2 for the side of AIM Genesis. They kind of broke up with the previous brand and now they are in together. But as far as Tyrant LXIX are concerned, these ladies, they have been sticking together and training for such a long time now. And this is the result of doing so.
Yeah, the result of staying together as a team, maybe even absorbing other players that we've seen here so far. Because we all know that Mia actually came in from another team and they basically just had a really great time in season 1, saw the greatness that she had, and eventually just had her.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best decisions that they can do to absorb that player. So AIM, again, a really young team. So they need to go and pull through because they have such amazing plays. That's something that you don't really get to see. Either you don't have the skills mechanically and you also don't have the plays, but they already have one down. It's really just into those individual players that they need to go and maybe just see if they can win all of those gunfights. Because from Tyrant, you saw from those players, that, especially from Senpax and Mia, their movement is just so great, especially with the shotgun. You see them kill one, slide away, take another shot if they don't get to have the kill. So it's really the movement that they really need to go and just improve on, because apart from that, plays are good. They know the power positions. They know the map very well. But unfortunately, it's really just goes down into that one place, which is going to be the mechanical skills that you need to just win everything.
Yeah, absolutely right. The mechanical plays of Tyrant LXIX most definitely supreme in the Valkyrie series season 2 so far. It is being very much so proven from the scores that they've managed to bag. So far, only dropping 1 match from the 15 that they have been a part of. A truly monumental performance from the side of Tyrant.
Very monumental indeed. And speaking of a monumental performance, we're going to take a look at what just actually happened, the highlights of the game, and really what went down with all 3 matches. Because, I mean, obviously you get to see on the screen with how dominating Tyrant is, but I want everyone watching right now to take note. AIM Genesis really had amazing plays here. The rotations were key, especially here in this hardpoint. They were able to go in there for the contest into P1, eventually with the early rotation into P2 as well. So if only they won all of those gunfights, it would be a different situation here. But obviously LXIX proving to be a little bit more of a Tyrant that they can actually go and handle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. P2 was a solid play from the side of LXIX. And, I'm upset that we didn't get to see the P3 break that LXIX brought forth over at Garage. But P4 was quite solid in terms of the performance from AIM Genesis, because this was the stage where they staged their comeback. And Tyrant LXIX, they struggled just a little bit. And what they decided to do towards the end of that was, focus on towards Central Garden. And that was a much more solid performance. But even that being said, so they couldn't wrap things up there because Flacco was being an absolute pain here, wasn't she?
Yeah, and it's like all throughout the game, actually, she was going in there with a shoddy and really going for the kill, really just applying that pressure for the side of LXIX. But that's the problem. She is the only one that applied that pressure here in Hardpoint. And down to that search and destroy, she was also really great as well. But Issa, obviously going to be that player, but it's going to be very hard as a sniper if you're always left alone, because she's always held into that 1v3s, the 1v4s, and it's going to be very hard to really pull that through that clutch. So everyone else needs to go and step up, because so far Issa and Flacco have been trying to carry their team here so far.
Yeah, double snipe setup coming through from Consta as well as Venice has been truly phenomenal in terms of helping Tyrant LXIX perform at this level, right? And AIM Genesis, on the other hand, there were some questionable plays, especially from the position that Sam was holding on to. I feel like she could have gone and become a little bit more braver in these rounds, especially after they had found that round after round, the strategies just weren't working out. And just like you mentioned during the matchup itself, they just kept trying the exact same strat again and again.
Yeah, it's the exact same strat. They weren't going for Bravo. I mean, they weren't going for Alpha, and the push from Bravo was a little bit questionable because they weren't even able to plant the bomb. They just gave the chance for LXIX to go in there very aggressively, especially with Mia going in there up close and very uncomfortable, obviously, for the side of Genesis. But speaking of up in your face, it's going to be Mia yet again, really just having and dominating this staircase up in Blue House that really just changed the game. And not only that, Sika as well. You keep saying that Sika, yes, she's been doing such a great job. And there's a reason why she's the MVP for most of the matches, because she can definitely go and deliver.
Yeah, absolutely right. And to deliver with the Holger, you need to pull your timings right, because as you go in there for the scope, it's a little slow. You go in for your reactions and you don't pull your timing out right, you're not going to be able to be as effective as you want to be. And Sika has managed all of these moments to perfection, right? 150 to 95 aim Genesis, they did slightly better, but overall, it was Tyrant LXIX from the start to the end. And as you have mentioned her name so many times, Tyrant Sentpex, she picks up the MVP of the series title.
Look at that. Average kills of 18 and an average score of 2,837. Those are crazy numbers here so far. One of the highest that we've actually seen from a single player. Sandpax obviously knows what she's doing. The KRM is going to be a little bit too strong for her. And that's really important because you're shining amongst a team that are absolutely titans as well. And for her to perform this well, she's been doing monumental every single day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Tyrant LXIX, what can stop them, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? So far, none of the teams have been able to, not even a sting from a bee can slow them down on their path where they are absolutely out to wreck each and every single one of these teams. And, you know, overall, with the performance of both of these teams, Beef, I still want to see what can AIM Genesis do, because it's not like their run or their attempt to make it through the playoffs is over just yet.
Yeah, and just like that, we're going to be moving on finally into our next match. We're only in match number 1. That was already such a crazy feat to see and really a banger of an opener. So, you know what, speaking of, we're going to be moving on right next here because obviously we just want to see more of the games here, the loadout finally from this particularly amazing player. We're seeing the MX9, and I honestly really want to see the KRM, but you know what? I wanted to steal that loadout for myself, but you know what? MX9 obviously going to be a very strong gun here. We've seen so much MX9s here in the loadout of the players of our MVP, so without a doubt, take a screenshot here, ladies and gents. Just because of how well this player has performed, you need to do that as well.
Yeah, and you gotta have the red dot there. No matter what you do, you always need the red dot to help you out. But talking about the score streaks where Sandpax has been able to bring so much of impact into these games, right? The XS1 Goliath definitely did not make its appearance, but it was the sentry gun, the 6th woman in that Hardpoint as well as Domination that brought a lot of impact into these matches. And Sandpax, with the way she was picking up all of those kills, she streaked up pretty easily round after round.
Yeah, round after round, and especially being the slayer that she is, the perks that you need to have definitely are going to work out for you. The Skulker obviously is going to give you a lot of that movement speed that you really, really want to have. Not only that, you need to have a really fast ADS speed as well, because obviously you're going to be having really close engagements that you really want to have. So a player like Sika with a Holger, you probably wouldn't need to have really fast ADS speed because you'd want to hang back. You wouldn't want to go into those close coordinate engagements with a Holger just because of how slow it can actually be. So like what you keep saying, I really want to give the spotlight to her, to Sika, just because she played it so well with the Holger up on top. So if you are playing with an LMG, obviously you want to keep your space just a little bit so you can spam and not really be sneaked up by a Slayer with an MX9. So that's a really, really good job just to know what kind of position you have, knowing what gun you have as well. And that really makes up for a really great player who knows what she's doing and what her role is in her team.
Yeah, absolutely right. When you go in there for the attachments, instead of focusing in on improving your ADS speed, instead focus on kind of managing exactly how the gun responds in terms of recoil. And I feel like Sika has gotten that all sorted. Each and every single time she goes in there for her sprays, she is absolutely dominant on the battlefield. She just allows nobody to make their way through that door, especially at Crossfire when she was holding down a 3-on-1 situation. It was not a situation where she managed to make the most out of, but it was those moments that shows exactly how much of impact a player like her can bring in. Now, apart from us speaking about the ladies that we love to see out there on the battlefield, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, we're waiting to see exactly who you support as well. You can vote for your favorite Valkyries. All you need to do is just drop in those hashtags with the player IGN as well as the roles that they are in.
Yeah, so if you're having trouble when it comes to remembering what their roles are, you can just take a step back, go into the beginning of this cast, and really just see what their roles are, because obviously that's going to be very, very important. But then, speaking of, that's just matchup number 1. We're already going to our second. It's going to be Sad versus Klasiko next. We're going into a very short break, but after that, we'll see you soon. Stay there, stay put, and we'll see you in a little bit.
You'll never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Before dawn. Make your choice.
And welcome back, everyone, COD community, to the Valkyrie Series Season 2 group stage, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. It's your girl, Beef Mommy, and today with me is the Mustachio AJ, and we already had such a banger of an opener in here. You know what? Game number 2 is up in our mid. Sad is going to be up next. Sad Valkyrie versus the Klasiko Hyenas. So I'm very excited to see who's going to come up here, because these two teams, they need the points the most.
Absolutely right. I mean, Sad Valkyrie, they are sitting down in that sixth spot, and we have Klasiko Hyenas right down there below them. Let's take a quick look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A quick recap, of course, as to what happened earlier on today. If your memory is as weak as mine, 3-0, Tyrant LXIX, they beat AIM Genesis, and just like Beef walked us through, Sad Valkyrie will now be meeting Klasiko Hyenas. Later on, Nifty Ultra AJW, they will meet LIthara Artemis in what might be a one-way matchup unless LIthara finally wakes up today and proves themselves. And of course, to wrap the day up, the Bees will see if they can sting the Singaporeans and maintain their stride up to the top of the leaderboards, or will we see Lugiami step on up to take that number 2 spot? That's going to be all of the action up in here today. But for now, let's focus on the very sad, but at the moment, potentially about to be happy Valkyries.
And we love to see that. Sad Valkyrie definitely is going to be a team that really wants to have that turnaround for their name. We have Sad Chair, Cherry Echo, Lancer, Mai, and Pixie. Obviously, these ladies have been doing a phenomenal job here so far with a kind of a rough start, but then obviously they finally found their footing. Obviously, going to be Chair and Pixie that you really want to see go in there and perform. So with all of these ladies here so far, with the exception of Chair and Pixie, AJ, who do you think needs to go and step it up for her team?
Sad Mai, unfortunately, she looks like she's got the sweetest smile on her face at the moment, but she needs to find a little bit more of her flair in these matches. It's not like she has not been effective. She has most definitely, paid her dividends in some of these matchups so far, but I feel like she hasn't hit her 100% stride just yet. But this matchup against Klasiko Hyenas just might be the game where we see Sad Mai rise up to the top. But of course, their opponents, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Malaysians, the Klasiko Hyena squad. Let's take a quick look and see exactly who is in their lineup.
And here we go. We have Asar, Icha, Genos, Miera, Michu, and Sarah. So these ladies, they've been performing in a little bit of a tricky situation here just because of how well they did into that second day against Artemis, obviously getting that 3-0, but getting 3-0'd as well into the other matches. So they've been having not a good run here. So they need to find a way to turn things around really quickly, especially from the guidance of Icha and also Janos as well. You already know it's going to be very hard for them to do so. But then if it's going to be a day that they need to go 100%, it's going to be today. This is the point of no return, and they need to get all of those points down. From day on now, they need to be perfect with every single play and every single kill to get 6 points by the end of this group stage.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm looking forward to perhaps seeing both of these teams fight it out at firing range, because LIthara Artemis took a 6-0 beating by the Sad Valkyries at firing range for Search and Destroy. And Search and Destroy against LIthara Artemis for Klasiko Hyenas, the exact same result. So, head to head, both of them now on the exact same map. I'm wondering if or not that might be a possibility. In terms of the maps that will definitely be taken out of the equation, I am very confident Takeoff will not be played today, Beef.
I just want to see Takeoff. Come on. Make a girl happy here and see some Takeoff action. But then speaking of some action here, look at the head-to-head. It's quite the stark difference here. As Sad Pixie having that 21 average kills. I think that's probably one of the most out of everyone here so far in the head-to-head. Right beside her, obviously, Asar is going to be having that 9 kills here so far with an average score of 1,345. But Sad Pixie with that 2,852. The numbers don't lie. The Pixies have been performing not only in the respawns, but also in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, let me just tell you this, right? Pixie, she's just magic dust. And she's going to be sprinkling this magic dust all over the faces of Klasiko Hyenas. And unfortunately, the Hyenas are going to start sneezing, and they ain't going to be stopping all the way until the end of the match, until Sad Valkyries are smiling. Now, for the possibility of Klasiko Hyenas bagging anything away from Sad Valkyries, it's definitely quite tough to ask, right? Because if we have not had them go up against each other just yet, but both of these teams have taken on LIthara Artemis. Both of these teams have taken on AIM Genesis as well. So we might be able to use them as a little bit of a benchmark. And we do know that LIthara Artemis got beaten up by both of these teams 3-0. But AIM Genesis actually dropped a map to the side of Sad Valkyries, and that was at Domination, and albeit it was a super close matchup, babe.
That was probably one of the closest matchups I've seen, and very exciting because they had a struggle into the first half, but then they didn't give up, and into the second half we were like on our toes. Me and Gentleman were actually casting that, and we were just up in our chairs, 150 and 147 in Hackney Yard. So they definitely wouldn't want to ban Hackney Yard here, definitely here in map ban. But for them, it's most likely going to be at Takeoff Crossfire, but Hackney Yard still will definitely be in the mix unless Klasiko decides to go and ban Hackney Yard. But there you go, Crossfire being banned from the side of Sad. And yeah, I mean, that's not going to be very surprising because Sad, they did lose Crossfire against NU in their domination matchup.
They did, but I don't think it's something that they have to worry much about going up against Klasiko Hyenas. But I guess they are confident that Klasiko Hyenas would not be one of those teams that brings them to Takeoff, right? Because when we look at Takeoff, it's not a favorite map for a lot of these teams because you need to be highly mechanically supreme in that matchup, and you need to know exactly how to manage your spawns. If you're a mechanically supreme team, Takeoff is definitely the map that you want to be jumping on into. Klasiko Hyenas, let's see exactly what they want to ban off in here. So far in the competition, they have not been consistent at all, and Summit is the map that they take off of the list. A little surprising to me because this was the map where they actually took quite a commanding victory over the side of LIthara Artemis, albeit not as commanding as they would have wanted, but you know, still, it is a one-sided map, I guess.
Yeah, I'm very surprised as well because, well, I guess not so much because you already see that Sad actually has a win as well against Artemis. So Artemis not really quite having a really great time in Summit, but you know what? It's still like a different matchup here so far. Obviously, Klasiko really wants to challenge themselves and really just go in there. So Takeoff is in the equation, AJ, but then unfortunately, Standoff obviously is going to be our hardpoint matchup. We've already seen it in match number 1, a very classic map that everyone wants to play. But I'm hoping a Takeoff Search and Destroy or Domination is going to be in place.
Yeah, Hackney Yard might just come into play later on for Domination as well. But in terms of exactly where Klasiko wants to go, let's see if or not they'll bring us to firing range. Please bring us to firing range. I will be very, very delighted to shoutcast if we do, because once again, both of these teams, they've absolutely trashed LIthara Artemis over their 6-0, and it'll be quite a good benchmark to see them go up against each other on a map that they both truly understand and know in and out. There you go, firing range, so all-out mechanical supremacy as well as strategy. Let's just see exactly which one of them will be able to duke it out and get up to the top.
And going up to the top in Domination is going to be absolutely key, and I'm already manifesting it. Takeoff already in my sights, and really just having a lot of rotations key. But in Domination, it's going to be very important if you are going to be in a map like Takeoff, is to have that buddy system. But if you are going into Hackney Yard, definitely you can have that individual gunfights, but then it's going to be important if they actually go in there and take the position in top L. But since now that Domination is going to be the name of the game here, I'm really excited to see how these players actually respond, especially if both of these players, oh, there you go, Hackney Yard is going to be part. Now, that is going to be very tricky right now for Klasiko, just because we've seen here such an amazing game from Sad Valkyrie. Now, that's going to be very difficult to do, but obviously Klasiko, I have faith in them, and especially they had an upper hand in watching the play of Sad Valkyrie and maybe even just coming up with a play of their own, knowing very well that Hackney Yard Domination is in the mix.
Yeah. And Hackney Yard Domination, this was the matchup which was super duper close against AIM Genesis, right? 147, 150, 150 taken by the side of Sad Valkyrie. And I'm pretty sure they will be able to bag pretty much a great performance on Hackney Yard later on as well. But it's at firing range where I think Klasiko Hyenas can perhaps go in with a super strong bite. Annihilator taken out of the mix. Potentially Sparrow will be removed as well. But if Klasiko is kind, they might take the Death Machine out instead. No.
No, the Sparrow. Say that. Now that is very interesting in a map like this, okay? So now you're going in for the death machine. Definitely going to see a lot of equalizers, a lot of death machines as well, maybe even the gravity vortex. So once you're going into Hardpoint, you're going to be seeing a lot of death machines going into probably P3 already, going into P4. So that rotation definitely is going to be very key, especially knowing very well that you can spam that death machine. But obviously, all of these players are going to want to save it into Bakery, which is going to be P4, the Money Hill in standoff for Hardpoint. So with that into consideration, Klasiko needs to do the monumental job at stopping Sad Valkyrie from getting all of those streaks early on, get streaks of their own, because P1 and P2 is definitely going to be very heavily contested and the rotations are going to be key.
Absolutely right. Standoff has been a map where we have seen Klasiko Hyenas go in here and play in the past. They have taken the matchup against LIthara Artemis, and that potentially might be, was that the craziest match? Or I think there was, because it was 150-9, and there was another match which I remember was even crazier, 150-3 or 150-7 or something like that.
Yeah, it's Klasiko, yeah.
Yeah, so let's see
crazy.
if or not Klasiko will be able to pull something off like that at standoff against that Valkyrie, even if not as tremendous as 150-9, maybe a 150-50. I'll take it, man. Klasiko Hyenas, now's your time to shine. Let's see exactly what the ladies will be able to bring in. And of course, as usual, Hotel Yard is going to be lit up quite well. The composition of bodies that are being thrown in there, Klasiko Hyenas just playing the hardpoint straight up. Sad Valkyrie, on the other hand, just fall one after the other.
Oof, unfortunately here we see Sad Valkyrie is actually struggling to even get a step in that Hardpoint, but just as I said, that Lancer finally gets a kill. But you know what, the rotation from Sad Valkyrie was good, but then unfortunately for them, it was just like too much for them to handle. But then finally they get into there, they flush him out. It's gonna be big kills right now for Sad Valkyrie.
Yeah, smart plays coming through from Sad Valkyrie. Finally, they go in and they throw bodies together through convenience store in towards the Hotel Yard. And Klasiko Hyenas, they now need to figure out a simple strategy as to how they're going to take this. They go in for the pinch push, but unfortunately, they thin themselves out way too much. And now, throwing all of the bodies towards Warehouse instead as they try to go in for an early setup. A little bit too early for my liking, but let's see if or not they will be able to play this to perfection. Because if they can lock down each and every single corner, they might be able to pull this off. An early sentry as well. I'm liking this from the Malaysians.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they rotated very early on. So that rotation was very great for them, as the Valkyrie is actually having a hard time into that P1, getting the scrap points. Hyenas actually just gave that to him because they know the setup is going to be absolutely solid here in P2. But then here we go. Finally, the contest is coming in from the side of Sad Valkyrie. So that's going to be very big for them as they win all those gunfights, despite the sentry gun being in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, the sentry gun was in a tricky spot, but unfortunately not in the spot where, you know, the Valkyries actually managed to get caught in, right? They took a backstep instead through Warehouse shortcut, and Klasiko Hyenas, surprisingly, just were not keeping an eye on the back. Even the sentry wasn't keeping an eye on the bat. Unfortunately, badly played, and Sad Valkyries, they take advantage, and now leaving just one lady to pick up those scrap points, the rest of them going in for the flank. And I like the flank that drops in from the side of Special Forces Avenue, and we can see that Pixie is trying to secure the spawn over for the side of Sad Valkyrie. She needs to stay alive whilst the rest of the players get it done, but you know what she says? Why don't I just go in there and pick a couple of kills up for myself? 4 in the bag so far, looking for more, does not find it, but the backup comes through. Genos goes in for a couple of kills. Klasiko Hyenas bagging quite a number of points in here, pulling out a sentry as well. The Valkyries might just struggle here.
And here we go, the points are going to be trickling down slowly, little by little. The contest finally comes in. Finally, we get to see a lot of great plays, especially with Sad Pixie, obviously the MVP for the team. Really just waiting for every single one of her plays, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. As we see here, 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a push going into Bakery. Finally, we get to see 2 players, Cherry and Lancer, finally going into Bakery. As one more player from the side of Hyenas, Genos, really finds her way up. But it's not going to be easy because 2 players are going to greet her.
Yep, early rotation as a group coming through from the side of Klasiko Hyenas once again. But the shutdown from Icha, unfortunately for them, will be able to just help them slow pace this down. Sad Valkyrie from the back. They take over Bakery. 2 players in there getting a lot of the work done. But the backstab as well as the pinch from Michu and friends coming through as Klasiko Hyenas set up an open Bakery. It is going to be the Gravity Vortex that goes in for the setup by Cherry. And then later on, they storm the front as the Sad Valkyries take over the Hardpoint once again. 96 to 59. Klasiko Hyenas, they don't want to give this up. Genos actually pulls out the War Machine above all else and is just allowing the rest of the team members to step on in there and pick those points up.
Impressive retake by the Hyenas, and even though they weren't in there very early, they won the rotation, won the retake, and finally getting a lot of these points. And just like that, Valkyrie is actually going to be going down. A lot of them not really winning all those individual gunfights, and they're struggling to actually go in there for the Bakery. And just like that, it's going to be 86 and 96. Mirio with a very big triple there to really just prove how well they can actually play here in standoff.
Yeah, amazing plays coming through from both teams, and now all tied up. Klasiko Hyenas finally pulling forth the 99, 100 to 96. Let's see if the Malaysians can bag this. Bakery gets abandoned, and for the reset of those hard points, Hotel Yard will once again get lit up, and the ladies from the side of Sad Valkyrie already piling those bodies in there. 2 players in, and 1 coming in for the backstep through Hotel will be able to go in for a very slow prevention, but the numbers just not on the side of Sad Valkyrie. Klasiko Hyenas, 48 seconds on the clock, 111 in terms of those points. They might be able to bring this game to a close if they can bag each and every single point. But Sad Valkyries, they do not look like they're going to be making that easy for them, Beef.
Icha already on a 7-kill, nope, 8-kill streak, and she might even make it into a 9, 115 and 108. That is definitely going to be so impressive for her. Finally gets more kills, but then finally gets eliminated. And there you go, Valkyries finally finding their footing, 18 seconds left on the clock, but then as expected, the rotation coming in from the Hyenas is absolutely just perfect. The scrap points going in for Valkyrie, that's going to be essential for them. You keep saying it, the rotation was a little bit too early for my liking, but then the setup is going to be absolutely key here. Hopefully that doesn't really bite them in the butt and really just have that Valkyrie go in there for the hardpoint.
Early setup once again, and the sentry gets pulled out by the side of Klasiko Hyenas. Hopefully, this is a much better setup. They are looking at the sentry to take out all of the action from gas station. Therefore, they need to focus on the warehouse shortcuts. They need to focus on the second floor at that window where Sad Cherry's going in with the tosses of those nades. Genos sheds down Lancer as well as Chair. Michu unfortunately gets shut down. This is that opportunity for Sad Valkyrie to break the hill, but it's not gonna be easy. Klasiko Hyenas, Mira, she pulls out the equalizer, and equalize she most definitely does, but at the very last moment drops the ball. 132 to 136. This is a hot fight between both of the teams, and the Malaysians pull the hard point back. 140 to 132. Klasiko Hyenas, can they get it done? Sad Valkyrie manages to break the hill right back and forth. This game will sway Beef.
And the sway is going to be ensuing as the contest finally goes on, and we're moving on to P3, and take a look at who's going to be there already. It's going to be Cherry primed in position again. It's going to be 142 and 141, the closest matchup that we've seen here so far. It's going to be absolutely essential for Hyenas to really get all of their teammates, but very big kills right now from Yeri and Michu.
Oh, 145 to 141. The Malaysians need to break the hill right now, but they don't have the numbers, and they're all way too far. Early rotations in, but it brings absolutely no value. Sad Valkyrie, they make it all the way through. What a fight between the both teams, but the Singaporeans remain victorious.
That was such a great start for Sad Valkyrie. They absolutely needed this win. And yes, they struggled in the beginning, but they learned from their lesson and really just prioritized going into P3. The contestant, I actually thought they could actually go and end it there. Klasiko Hyenas did such a solid hold here going into P2. But like what we said, they paid the price for rotating a little bit too early and leaving P1 into the hands of Sad Valkyrie. So going into P3, it was basically game over already. You see here Pixie having 22 kills, but you can see Icha here having 26 to her name, and Genos as well, 27 and 27 for Mira. And take a look at that. They have more kills, but you see on the left, they prioritize the objective more.
And that's the problem, right? It's not like on the left they prioritize the objective more. More players from the side of Sad Valkyrie actually went in there to play those objectives. Whilst on the other hand, Klasiko, they were focusing on maintaining the presence outside of those points. They would try to clear all of the surrounding areas to make sure the domination point or the hard point itself will be played easily. But I guess just that strategy did not work out very well for themselves. Although, with that being said, it was going their way quite a number of times. They was this close to bagging it, but it's a little unfortunate because of those tiny little mistakes. Like you said, Beef, the early rotations unfortunately kind of gave the game away.
Yeah, the early rotation, especially into that reset, going in from P1 all the way to P2. And yes, they probably went in there for the setup, but they probably should have left 1 or 2 players just to contest that Granny's Hill. So that's the price that you pay. And you've already actually noted it down, even from the first 2 hard points, that the early rotation really was there. So they paid it. Yeah. But then now we're heading over into firing range, search and destroy. Sad Valkyrie versus Klasiko Hyenas here is definitely going to be very impressive to see, just because these 2 teams do so well in firing range that we really like to see who's going to be coming out on top.
That being said, they did really well against LIthara Artemis. And LIthara Artemis, unfortunately for the ladies, this is their first time in here. And they've been struggling in the competition, right? So is that the best match to perhaps benchmark these teams on firing range? Perhaps not. But this particular matchup, most definitely. Because both of these teams are pretty much equal in terms of their gun fights. They're pretty much equal in terms of map mastery, with Sad Valkyrie being slightly better, right? So let's see if or not that slightly better will put Sad Valkyrie up and beyond once again. Perhaps a round 11 in this search and destroy beat.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if we're going to be reaching honestly, a round number 11 is going to be something that I really want to see. But Klasiko Hyenas going in for the attack, having the bomb right now. Azar will just be chilling with her teammates. It's going to be a very passive push on their end. They're just looking for that information that they need to get before pushing into a site. And now they're hanging on back. And it's a really good split that we see here from the side of Sad Valkyrie here. 2-1-2 split, something that we really like to see, especially in a map like this. If you leave one site open, that'll give the opportunity for your team, for the opposing team, to go in for the plant. So Chair, looking for an opportunity. If she's gonna get it, we'll see.
Yeah, let's see if or not she will be able to hit this. Oh my lord! Does not get that shot. Will she pay a heavy price for that? It's still 5-5. Sad Chair, one more opportunity. Unfortunately, does not spot the head through the smoke. One more shot in there. Does not get the kill. And Sad Chair will be very, very sad on that Chair. Now, let's see if or not she will be able to hit this on point. The timing is a little bit off. Sad Chair still ineffective. And Klasiko Hyenas already there with the pressure play, and Mira shuts down Cherry, and Sad Valkyries, they don't look great, but Chair as well as Pixie, they get your shots. 3-3 now, B.
And just like that, you can see here, it's a 3-on-3 situation, but then just it's going to be Azar really just applying that pressure. It's all Klasiko Hyenas in their favor. Get rid of Azar yet again, going to be the player of the game, having one more. I think she had like 4 kills in that particular round. So Hyenas doing such a great job at applying that pressure. And Sad Valkyrie, their rotations were too slow once they got that information that Alpha was going to be the point of contention. There needs to be a faster response from the side of Valkyrie, especially with Chair seeing all those players there. The moment that she spotted those, should have went in there for the rotation.
Mad stuff coming through. Chair does not shut down Genos. Beautiful jump shot. Genos now opening things up for the side of Klasiko Hyenas. And they now know that the sniper on the side of Sad Valkyrie no longer in action, which means they can close this gap. Are they going to be able to open up that white warehouse as well? Yes, they do get that check. They know Pixie is in there. And that one player will not be able to bring in that pressure because of that hit marker. Klasiko, they go in for that early plant. What an awesome setup coming through from the Malaysians.
And there you go, just like that, Pixie finally makes a difference, but then goes down so easily. Echo is going to be the only person left in her team. That was just so unfortunate. Again, the rotation was a little bit too slow, but finally Echo gets one. All she needs to do is find two more, but with the bomb going down with 43 seconds left on the clock, that's going to be absolute pressure on her end. Now they know that she's going to be in trailer. She needs to find a way to rotate into the very back, maybe even go and contest against Mira, because this is definitely going to be a game that she won't win if she stays here in trailer.
And unfortunately, Echo running out of time, 24 seconds, repositions herself. Smart plays can allow her to catch Genos off. One quick slide. Come on, Echo! Gets the kill! And will she be able to go in for the defusal? Absolutely not, as Mira shuts her down from across the map. And Klasiko Hyenas picks up round number 2 as well.
It's really just in those high pressure situations like that. Take a look at the clock. You have 15 seconds left to really just go in there. You have 10 seconds to find the other player and then go in for the defusal once 5 seconds left on the clock, once you have no more choice. So if you're in that situation, definitely go in there, get all of those kills. But then very, very great start from Sad right now, finally getting that response that we wanted.
Oh, Pixie just playing all of those shots really well. 4 kills in here so far. Did not manage to spray down one more player, but everyone's trapped inside of the white warehouse. And the Sad Valkyries, all they need to just go in here and do is shut down the remaining 2 players, Mira as well as Isa. Isa with the phenomenal plays in here so far. I highly doubt she will be able to use that to her advantage, because outnumbered they most definitely are, stuck inside of this white warehouse now, Beef.
But then here we go, Chair with the slice and dice, doesn't really quite get the shot off of the sniper, but still very impressive so far. It's Iser all by herself, shuts him down. Still a very doable action here. Misses those shots, so that's a really good thing. AJ, that's a really good push here. She can actually go and win, but unfortunately for her, she brings out her gun at the very wrong time. And finally, we get to see Sad Valkyrie getting 1 point off the Klasiko Hyenas. That is the momentum shift that they need to get and utilize, take advantage of going into our 4th round.
Smart Pixie plays, sprinkling that Pixie dust all over the map. I told you, Klasiko Hyenas, these little kitty cats, they are losing all the way through in this matchup. But in Search and Destroy, the Hyenas, they look quite solid. Nifty now closing in the gap. MX9 in hand, should be able. Ooh, Chair, way too close in there. Misses the opportunity. The Pixie on the other hand, Icha comes in, goes in there for the bait and switch, but unfortunately Michu does not take advantage.
No, that bait and switch is absolutely with the triple kill, Pixie. Oh, I think she's so close to getting into one more shot is all she needs. But there you go, Pixie yet again, almost getting that beautiful, beautiful ace. One more kill, and her teammates better give that to her. And that is the reason why she's one of the most gifted players here. And there you go, just like that, Mira brings it into a 1v1 situation against Sad Mai. And that is going to be absolutely crazy. Sad just went in there a little bit too aggressively without even any care. They had the advantage of more women in their team, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, remember we talked about Mai earlier on before the start of the series. We need her to step it up. Mai, opportunity, timing terrible, and Mira takes advantage, shutting her down. Klasiko Hyenas takes round 4. 3-1 in here so far, and the Malaysians look absolutely solid to back this victory. Come on, Malaysia, let's see you guys in the comment section. Hashtag with the player IGN that you think is going to be winning that Valkyrie award from the side of Malaysia. Genos, unfortunately, will not be able to get that wall bang, but Icha gets the information, sends it over to Michu, who finishes off Chad Cherry. Great plays coming through from the Malaysians yet again.
That is a very good play, yes, and Echo finally with the response, but knowing very well that the rest of the Hyenas are actually going into Bravo, the rotation is going to be very, very good as the pinch comes on. Satcher finally gets one.
Oh, what a play, Genos! Oh, Lord Genos! What in the world is going on? These ladies are absolutely thrashing Sad Valkyries in here so far. Satcher, unfortunately, does not hit that scope once again, and the snipes are a little poor from the chair in here today, but I have a feeling she took a shower.
Yeah, she did took a shower, man. That's why her thumbs are a little bit too rough with what she said. But Chair having obviously not the very best performance here so far. Really just the timing not in her favor as well. What she needs to do is to pick up another gun because that's going to be very hard if she keeps trying to pursue this with that sniper that she hasn't been doing a really good job and really just getting shots at the moment.
So I'm just curious. So if Zadchair now starts sweating because this is just a sweaty matchup against Klasiko Hyenas, and then she starts smelling bad, does that then count?
Questions that we have to ask ourselves every single day. So, I mean, you make me want to take a shower now, AJ. Thanks a lot. So I too did not take a shower just because it gives me more luck when it comes to casting. TMI. But you know what? Since Zadchair said it, I will be proud of it as well. So speaking of a proud moment, Klasiko Hyenas definitely was proud of that round and really just pursued every single chance they got with having that 4. I didn't really think it was going to be this far away in terms of the points.
Oh, but Chad, this time around, yep, all of the sweat under the armpits, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, seems to be working the magic. But Genos, on the other hand, gets a double, gets a triple, shuts down Chad. Oh, Lord, Genos on freaking fire in here today. Sad Mai, though, remember, we called her out. We wanted to step it up. 2 kills in here so far, 3-on-1 situation. The one that deserves to get this next kill is the one and only Genos. But unfortunately, Genos said bye-bye, good night. 3 versus 1, Mai. Now is your time.
She needs to go and pick up a sniper if she wants to make a difference with this 1v3 situation. Spots 1. That is going to be bad for her as her position already going to be given away. And she needs to go in for the far rotation. That's not going to be very easy for her. But if she wins this situation over here, there you go. This is the pick that she needed.
Yeah, pre-fire along the corner. Perfect place from Mai once again. Gets the kill. What a play. What a play by Mai. And now Mai sets up a one-on-one. Meet you with the NX9. It is Mai all for the victory play in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Gets called out and gets put in a 3 versus 1 situation. Is she going to be able to bag it from the white warehouse? Goes out with a slide. But Michu, unfortunately, way too good.
In that situation, Mai should have just rotated into the very back, knowing very well the head glitch into that bomb site in A is going to be that hot spot if you are going to be left in a 1v1 situation. So that's the only way you can beat that head glitch is to be on the other side going to red bathroom. But unfortunately, it's already match point and it's going to be taking Sad Valkyrie a monumental job to actually go in there for a difference, especially with Echo kind of just like having a really hard time, especially Genos really just popping off.
Chair really needs to rethink some of her life decisions in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The lady told us exactly what messes up her gameplay, and she goes and does exactly that. Genos punishes Chair for taking a shower before this matchup. 5 versus 4. Let's see if or not the rest of the Sad Valkyries can make us sweat enough in the meantime before they go in here and force a round number 8. This is the perfect opportunity for them, but the numbers just don't seem like great beef.
That is not going to be a really good start. Klasiko Hyenas just going to infiltrate every single time. And now the bomb is going to be going down and Valkyrie needs to go and pick it up. Pixie not really quite winning the gunfight here, AJ. That is essential. A 1v3 situation is definitely doable. Mai yet again is going to be the only girl left in her team to make a difference.
So close, Mai. So close. Way too close. But Klasiko Hyenas. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we asked that question against LIthara, Artemis. Both of these teams looked so good. They both bagged 6-0 against LIthara. But against each other, who would be able to reach up to the top? And very clearly, Klasiko Hyenas proves themselves to be the better ones at search and destroy when it comes to firing range. Well played by the Malaysians. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing exactly what they can bring into the domination matchup as well, and perhaps bag this victory, the second one for themselves in the competition.
And let's take a look at what happened here for our game, the post-game breakdown on which players actually shone through. Because honestly, for me, Mai actually delivered in this particular matchup. You see here, Pixie obviously with those 11 kills and Miera on the other side, but really a player for me that really stepped up, and I feel like she listened to us earlier on. Mai having those 5, now that is a really good start. And maybe, yes, that is not going to be a very impressive matchup just because Genos having that 10 as well. It's still an improvement to where she usually is.
Well, how did I not recognize this before? Sad Valkyries, each and every single one of them, they've got cute little kitty cat profile photos. What?
Little cutie. Yeah, I mean, since they do want to be, they're deadly, but then, they just wanted to throw off the competition. Yeah, we're little cute kitties. But then in the, in firing range, they kind of are what they look like in the profile photos right now. Obviously, they're a different beast when it comes to that respawn matchup that we had in the first one. But going into Domination, I feel like that's where they want to turn things around because every single point counts. And if Sad Valkyries don't get to have a point here, Klasiko might actually go and overtake them.
Absolutely. I mean, Cherry just had a absolutely, unfortunate matchup, I have to say, in this previous round. 0 kills, 0 plants in there. Yes, the assist was a little solid from Cherry in terms of the setup, but just not a super effective overall in this game. Klasiko, what a play. I did not expect this. I have to say, I did not expect such a overwhelming victory from the side of Klasiko Hyenas. I expected them to pull a victory away, but 6-1, they have most definitely impressed me. But you guys, community, what do you guys think of their performance? Throw all of those hashtags in there and let us know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, and I'm feeling really good about the players right now from both of these teams because they have delivered here so far. But I feel like it's just Klasiko Hyenas having a little bit more of an edge, especially after that very, very dominating win in Search and Destroy. We already know Sad Valkyries, yes, they only won 1 Search and Destroy against Artemis. Both of them did. But against the other teams that they played in day 1, 2, 3, it's just... It wasn't as dominating because they did win they did lose 6-3 against AIM. So that's still better points compared to Klasiko where it was like 1. They only won once. And that was against Artemis as well. But they went up against PDR, Lugiami, and AIM. They only got 1 round off of them. So I thought it was going to be a closer matchup, but I'm very pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I've been waiting to see the Malaysians rise up in rank. And this is a very promising matchup. And I am very thankful to the side of Klasiko Hyenas for showing us that this is going to be possible, right? Because as a Malaysian myself, it's a little sad, man. We keep getting owned out there on the battlefield. So let's see if or not Klasiko Hyenas can represent a little bit stronger by banging a strong victory over at Hackney Yard. 1 point in the bag so far. No caps over on the side of Sad Valkyrie. And that B flag in the bag for the Hyenas.
And that is why you need to go and capture Alpha. They don't have a home flag at the moment. Charlie is not going to be captured. You need to go and capture Charlie. At least one person needs to go in there. But then Klasiko Hyenas know very well that the rotation into Alpha is going to ensue as one player. Definitely not doing such a great job. Back useless, having 2 players there. But then you can see 4 players are going to be going in there, not being able to go and cap. There was only 1 player there trying to make a difference. If they want to go for Alpha, you best believe you need to bring your whole team in there.
Yeah, I am absolutely fine with sending 1 player in there, but the distraction or the capitalization should have been at the warehouse on that B flag. But the rest of the players from the side of Sad Valkyrie, it's not like they weren't trying, right? They just could not win all of those gunfights. Klasiko Hyenas on another freaking level in the house. What's up, Malaysia? This is exactly what we want to see. I'm sorry you do, RSG. Step aside, boys. Klasiko Hyenas in the house to represent. It's gonna be Genos shutting down Cherry 35-5. Sad Valkyrie definitely gonna end up sad if they don't start stepping it up.
Exactly, and this is a beautiful spot that Vieira is at. You'd always want to be back useless, either it be Hardpoint or Domination, because it is going to be a spot where you can still control the spawns, you have control, you have a lot of cover, and that's exactly where she's at on her very solid defense. And you can see Sad Valkyrie absolutely just having the hardest time to go and infiltrate, and that's why you don't want to get that Charlie flag. And yes, the switch is going to be coming on later, but they need to make a difference now.
Oh, cantik macam bunga in terms of the holdover at warehouse. So dominant. But now, with a very sneaky position, they hold on. The gravity spikes in here already. Icha should be able to turn the tides if and all things go a little sour. And Genos from the top, just managing all of the tides of war with the war machine. Does have Sad Chair in a crosshairs, but does not take out the chair from the equation. And Sad Chair actually shuts down Genos. This might just be the opportunity for the Sad Valkyries to turn things around before the halfway point.
And here we go finally, but then with 71 left here, they're not going to be getting a lot of those points left unless they do a little bit of a triple cap. So 72 and 26, definitely a very late win here. So what we need to see here from two of these players, unfortunately one drops, is to go and infiltrate Alpha to stop the clock, but they're not going to be able to do that. Finally, the switch is going to be coming through second half, and finally we get to see Sad Valkyrie at the more favorable side. But the fact that they didn't capture Charlie into that early round means that they need to do a triple cap. It's not going to be possible for them to win A and B just because they didn't have a home flag. So that's a monumental job to actually go and pull off.
That Pixie opening things up here. Clean, but Genos responding with a double of herself. 75 to 30. That C flag captured. A flag on the side of Sad Valkyrie. They're going in for the B side as well over at Warehouse, but soon to be outnumbered. The pinch is coming through for the side of Klasiko, and here comes the Hunter Killer drone as well to say hello. Does not meet anyone, but it was the Predator missile outside that was wasted as well from the side of Klasiko Hyenas. That gets me a little worried. Are the girls getting a little bit too careless with the way they're handling this matchup? Yes, the Hunter Killer drone gets sent out once again. Sad Jag getting taken down. Klasiko Hyenas losing their grip on this matchup, and they need to find that momentum once again. Perhaps by flipping the spawns? I don't know, because they seem to have been doing, quite well with the A flag earlier on. This time with the Predator, they do not miss. Klasiko, let's see if they can find their stride.
Now it's becoming more impossible by the second that this match actually goes and pulled through. We see the whole squad right now of Sad Valkyrie try to go in for the rotation into Bravo, but then they just keep losing their gunfights. Especially that we see the opposing team having a very good skill streak already. They have operator skills down. Finally, Aesar having one more kill. Equalizer making the difference. And now she's on her way to actually go in there for the flush out. She's doing such a great job at making them not even go close into Bravo.
Nowhere close, right? 103-49. Let's see if Klasiko Hyenas can now close this off. That B flag attack. They're piling in all of those numbers in there. Sad Valkyrie, but Mira! Equalizer prevention is so perfect as Genos lands a hand as well. Equalizer for the pop. Mira getting everything done. Michu brings in the Pred missile once again. 112 to 54. Sad Valkyrie's crying all the way. And Sad she couldn't hit a snipe. They won't be able to hit her shots as well as Klasiko Hyenas. They now run away with this matchup. The Malaysians actually getting it done, B.
And this is why we like to see a fight over here, and it seeing here that Hyenas are really doing such a great job. Bravo can't even being capped, and the fact that you see here Sad Valkyrie already being in the favorable side really says a lot about how really good Hyenas are, and obviously they're doing such a great job here in Bravo. They can't even go and touch it.
I mean, they can touch it. They seem to be touching it. They just can't grab it away. Prevention for that final moment. But lucky for the side of Sad Valkyries, they had a little bit of backup. But now, the question that is back to be asked, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is it too late? And do the Klasiko Hyena ladies need just one flag to win this game? The answer is a hell yeah. 139 to 75 with the C flag in hand. The Sad Valkyries need to go in here for a triple, and they need to hold on to the triple all the way through this match, and I don't think that's gonna be possible against such a sharp-looking Malaysian side in here today.
Such a stellar performance from Klasiko Hyenas, and we already said it even early on to the second half. They need to do a triple cap, and that is not gonna happen. The Hyenas aren't going to go there because as a pack, they're just absolutely crazy here into the Savannah and the wildfire that has been spreading down here. 147 and 92, just like that, we are going to be ending our domination matchup with such a dominating game from the Hyenas. Really going to show that they can be good here in domination Hackney Yard as well.
Wow. WOW hashtag wow. Malaysia Bole, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And for the first time in a long time, the Mustachio believes once again. Let's see if or not these ladies can keep this momentum up. I mean, take the playoffs, put it aside. I don't care. Looking at them step it up after the unfortunate performance that they've had in the Valkyrie Series Season 2 so far gives me a lot of hope for Klasiko Hyenas, not just in Season 2, but for the future of the ladies division within Call of Duty Mobile itself. Crazy stuff coming through from both of the teams. But unfortunately, Sad Valkyrie is really not hitting the mark today, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just missing all of the marks that they've seen here. And even into the start of the tournament, the start of the match that we actually have today, we already saw Klasiko absolutely dominating. And in that hardpoint matchup, we already saw greatness in there. But you know what? Let's talk about that later on because I really want to go and break that down. But let's take a look at Genos right now with 31 kills. That is just, I think that is the most that anyone has actually had here in this tournament so far. And right beside them, you can see here Lancer and Echo just not having the game of their life. Everyone else on the side of Klasiko Hyenas having double digits.
That's a 3.9 KD for Genos in this matchup.
Crazy. That is just not only did she perform in Search and Destroy, but that look at that KD. AJ, I can't even get that during a public in a pub match during a random game. That's my best already in a bot lobby.
Yeah, I know, right? And the bots in Call of Duty Mobile, unfortunately, are stacked. But Genos, what in the world got into the Klasiko Hyenas today? Because, you know, we got to look back at their performance in the competition so far. The only match where they truly performed was against LIthara Artemis. I mean, when we look at their performance against AIM Genesis, at Hardpoint, they got thrashed. They could barely go past that 50-point. When we look at their performance against PDR Bees, for example, at standoff Hardpoint, they could barely go past that 12 points. Firing range, they couldn't even pick one round up. But against the Sad Valkyries today, specifically today, Klasiko Hyenas, they woke up and the fire, oh my goodness, it burned so bright. I am almost blind.
The pride of Malaysia. And we thought that Pixie was going to be able to use her Pixie Dust to blind her enemies and just blow the dust all over their eyes. But no. You see that hard point? I feel like that should have been Klasiko's map, not if not for that early rotation in that later half from P1 to P2. That was supposed to be their map having those 3 points, but they definitely woke up, like what you said, from their very deep slumber, and hopefully they get to bring it across into our final day tomorrow, because that's definitely going to be a turning point for them to be able to qualify. So it's no joke for them to pull these numbers against Sad Valkyrie. Obviously, they did have a really good run against Artemis, but then a lot of these teams have been against that team. So for them to beat Sad Valkyrie, that is definitely going to be a bigger fish to actually go and fry. So again, this is a small win that they need to go and have and really just celebrate. But after this, they need to go back and really just try to learn into this day and hopefully apply it to tomorrow.
As you say that, I'm just imagining the leaderboards in my head, right? Because Klasiko Hyenas, they jump up from the 7th spot, and I believe they are now above Sad Valkyrie, and they've equalized against AIM Genesis. And remember, AIM Genesis, they started off the day with 5 points, and they haven't moved an inch because Tyrant LXIX beat them 3-0 earlier on today. So the possibility of Klasiko Hyenas actually making it into the playoffs, the possibility of seeing a Malaysian team in the playoffs is now there. Wow. Klasiko Hyenas, I do not know how else to say these, ladies, but you guys have absolutely made my day today, because I was betting against Klasiko Hyenas based on their performance in the competition today, as well as, you know, the stellar performance that Sad Valkyrie showed us yesterday. I expected the momentum to carry on, but not only did they slow that momentum down, almost actually grabbed the victory in that first match as well, but their stellar performance in that Search and Destroy as well as Domination just really pushed them over. And here are the highlights that you were asking for earlier on, Beef. Break down exactly how this particular match ran throughout.
And it was a beautiful hardpoint matchup because we didn't know who was going to win. They were up on each other's necks, having them on a chokehold. And it's really that rotation that we got to see from the side of Hyenas. Yes, it went there a little bit too early, and that's why you need to have that balance into having that perfect timing with those rotations. Yes, they won a lot of the gunfights. They were actually outgunning Sad Valkyrie, but for the side of Valkyries, they kept on having the scrap points because Hyenas kept on giving it to them and really just prioritizing the positioning. But unfortunately for them, Valkyries just really did such a great job at getting those scrap points and really getting the points at the very end of the matchup. But then this is the point where we saw Sad Valkyrie go in for like early rotations into Bakery. Yes, they got in there early, but then Hyenas just absolutely swept through and really got all those points. Now this is the point where we saw the Hyenas kind of falter a little bit as 30 seconds left on the clock. They just left it all down to Valkyrie to get and really just went in for the early rotation. But unfortunately for them, they could have won it here in this hard point right here. But Valkyries were a little bit too stubborn and just went in there for the contest.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for the Hyenas, right? Because the double sentry setup, practically a 7-lady hole on that second point, might have just been the perfect winner for them. Like you said, Beef, early rotations just didn't do them a lot of favors. Hopefully, they kind of find, these fixes in those future matches. But in the Search and Destroy, it was a very different team. In fact, they stepped it up. And I didn't expect them to be able to do that because I thought at Hardpoint that was their best already.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. And we actually kind of knew that Valkyrie that could actually go and pull through, especially with Chair being on that sniper and Pixie as well, dominating with her SMG. But unfortunately, that just didn't really happen. I think Chair definitely had like an opportunity to give that information to her team, but she wasn't hitting those snipes. On the other hand, though, like the opposing sniper, Genos, doing such an amazing job. And there was also that one player that did not have any kills at all. So it's just not their day-to-day. They just need to go in. They need to get a lot of these kills. We keep seeing them losing 1v1s as well.
Yeah, but at least Sad Mai kind of stepped it up in this matchup.
Yes.
It was definitely something that we were looking forward to. And to see all of these ladies be able to adjust to each other's momentum, match after match, series after series, really gives me a lot of hope for the ladies division within Garena Call of Duty Mobile itself, Beef. I mean, just to compare the talent within Season 1 to Season 2, it's worlds apart.
It is worlds apart because we saw greatness here for a lot of the teams, a lot of the players, and I don't even know who the MVP is going to be at the very end of the day. But then speaking of a really good performance here, it's going to be Klasiko Hyenas with the chokehold, really just announcing that they just want to get more points all through. And this is where Sad Valkyrie kind of just made a mistake of not capturing their home flag and leaving one person there. Because at the very end, they had such a very weak hold into Bravo, and even though they had the spawns in the later half, they still needed to do a triple cap anyway because they didn't have a home flag. Because all throughout match number 1, we saw Hyenas get a hold of Bravo every single second that they had here, maybe even just like 5 seconds into the later half. So it really was in the own doing of Valkyrie.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Valkyries, Klasiko Hyenas, they were activated today, right? They were all on point. They moved in as a team. They barely made any mistake whatsoever in this particular matchup. And I am shocked. I am shocked because, we usually look at some of these matches that they have been through already, and there have been some questionable moments in there where you expect Klasiko Hyenas to have been able to do slightly better. But today was that one day where they did not make us feel like that at all. In fact, I was wondering, are these ladies actually going to slow down? What's actually going on? Are the Sad Valkyries going to start waking up anytime now? And yes, the Valkyries did try to strike back. It's not like they didn't have those moments because over at Domination, it was not a one-sided map at all, right? 150 to close to 100 points for the side of Sad Valkyries.
And without any doubt here, Genos is going to be that MVP with 22 average kills and an average score of 2,800. Not only is she a formidable force in Search and Destroy with that amazing sniper skills, but also in those respawns, you best believe that she will perform here for her team. And without a doubt, she definitely deserves this spot. Now, Genos has always been on the name of everyone's minds in terms of like Klasiko, because obviously she's been absolutely cracked. And you know what, for the loadout, I want to see her sniper loadout because she's absolutely just been crazy. But I think the loadout there might show is going to be her SMG class. But it really, the sniper performance out of this girl is just amazing.
Absolutely right. I mean, hitting a 2.75 KD, she has been not only stellar in terms of performance, she has been absolutely dominant out there on the battlefield all throughout 3 matches. Yes, they could not bag the victory on the first match, but that was way, way too close for comfort. And it was lucky that the Sad Valkyries managed to wake up towards the very end and capitalize on that mistake that Klasiko Hyenas actually made at that P3. But of course, let's see exactly, what made this magic happen for the side of Genos, because this is her loadout.
Oh, so it's a Holger 26 that she actually has, and I really wanted to see the sniper loadout, but you know what? She'll keep that secret all to herself. And we see here, Holger 26 definitely going to be a gun that a lot of the snipers really try to go for. Either it's going to be the shotgun, because obviously a shotgun is quite similar as what a sniper is, but the Holger is something more of like a long distancing where she really goes and shines. So we like to see a lot of that. Obviously, we're not going to be seeing a Skulker in her perk just because you don't really want to have that movement speed, because you'd always have that distance between you. So having a class like this definitely is going to be very favorable, like Sika that we've saw a while ago into our first matchup, where you always see people with a Holger 26 hang a little bit back, give that support, really just laser beam, and really just prioritize having the stable gun.
Yeah, although I am a little surprised that she decided to bring the War Machine in. Like we saw in that matchup previously as well, it was not super duper effective, right? Even I believe it was the matchup against, who was that? Sad Chair, I believe. That War Machine just really wasn't getting that damage done, although the crosshair placement was quite all right from the side of Genos. So perhaps in the future, we might see that being tweaked. But overall, in terms of the Holger play, she most definitely has been a truly impactful player within this matchup. A 2-1 victory, Klasiko Hyenas, as they score over Sad Valkyrie. They will be able to keep their hopes alive in this competition, Beef.
And definitely for me, it's Genos and Miera in that domination matchup. Genos really going in their top L because you need to have that power position to just get rid of everyone there. And Miera, on the other hand, being in back useless, making sure that no one is going to sneak up on them and really get that alpha flag. So again, both of these girls really deserve to be up on top. And the communication that they actually have for this day has been really good. It's a different team. And I'm so glad they are going to be the pride of Malaysia that might even bring them into the playoffs here, AJ.
I absolutely hope so. Malaysians, you guys know, now's your time. Community, throw in all of your hashtags. Hashtag player IGN, hashtag the Valkyrie role in the comment section right now, especially if you are a Klasiko Hyena fan. If you are not, and if you are a Sad Valkyrie fan, nothing's stopping you. Yes, they did take a loss, but it was quite a stellar performance in some of those moments from these players as well. So go ahead and throw all of your votes in there. We are still looking for those ladies to give out all of these awards to.
Yeah, and absolutely. And at this point, they're actually on the same playing field for that fourth spot. So if whoever like comes out on top tomorrow gets that 3 points, I honestly don't know who's going to win it if they do win all of their games tomorrow, because obviously they cannot afford to drop one. So again, with that into consideration, match number 2 is definitely going to be done and in the bag already. And the new horizon is up on front with our match number 3. We do have NU versus Artemis. Definitely going to be a very spicy matchup that we are looking forward to see. And for now, we are going to be having a short little break, but stay tuned because there's still going to be a lot of fights happening.
You'll never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A little bit sad as we open up series number 3, only because what we might be able to see shortly, a one-sided matchup. Unless LIthara Artemis finally decides to wake up from their slumber. And I hope that its slumber is not eternal all throughout this competition, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Valkyrie Series Season 2, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. My name's the Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Beef Mommy, bringing you guys all of the hardest of action. Let's take a quick peek at the tournament schedule so we can recap what has happened and what we are about to watch.
And definitely, it has been such an amazing day here so far. And if you've missed our first matchup, Tyrant LXIX winning that 3-0 against AIM Genesis without any problems. But then take a look at our second matchup here. The upset, because obviously we were kind of rooting for Valkyrie just because they've had a little bit more of a better performance, only having a little bit of an edge. But speaking of an edge, Klasiko Hyenas were so sharp today. And this is a different team. And I like to see that. I like being wrong. We both like seeing a team that has been struggling in this competition so far finally pulling it up, and 2 points really is definitely going to be very helpful for them. But right now, it's going to be match number 3, Nifty Ultra AJW Esports against LIthara Artemis. Now, Artemis, definitely a team that has been struggling, is going to be that chum for NU to actually go and consume. But for them to stop the push from NU, definitely going to be very important.
Yeah, LIthara Artemis are 0-12. Yes, you heard me right. They are 0-12 out of the 12 matches that they've gone into so far. They have not been able to pick any of those victories up just yet. And in fact, the closest that they have gotten over to a victory was a score of 87, and that is for Domination, 150-87. They lost to Klasiko Hyenas at Summit, right? So in terms of performance, truly abysmal. So for Nifty Ultra AJW Esports, with the lineup of Anka, Cleo, Ghost, Recta, Rio, Tokyo, as well as Yanni, to take advantage of and to absolutely thrash, possibilities are quite high. But just like how Klasiko Hyenas rose up from the ashes today, will we perhaps see LIthara Artemis pull the match away from the side of Nifty? It might just be possible, Beef.
Yeah, it's very possible, especially for this team that has struggled a little bit. They are at the middle of the pack, but you know what? I think Artemis's job right now... Oh, they're frozen. Oh, you know what? I feel like we should be like that as well. They're like, look at these girls at the moment, just having the time of their life. Recta looking so amazing as ever. Calls, on the other hand, really having that game face on. So again, these girls still have a lot to offer because they're not at a very comfortable spot. Just like that, just because, you know, Artemis can really pull out under the rug with the points that they needed to really just make a difference. And speaking of a team that needs to make that difference, we got LIthara Artemis from Malaysia, Anna 98 Tan 10, Bling Bling, Castella, Hayuki, Chiwa, and Rogue. Now, these girls, they've been struggling just because of how intense the competition for them here so far. And Rogue, she's going to be that MVP, but what we know already from the head-to-head, she only has like an average kills of 5. So everyone else from her team needs to step it up.
Yeah, absolutely right. And in terms of LIthara Artemis, I truly do. I'm impressed with how they have not lost hope in the competition just yet. I mean, as I say that, I understand it's extremely difficult to listen to if you are a fan of LIthara Artemis or even CJ7, a clan that they are definitely very close with. They train together all the time. But their performance in this competition so far in the Valkyrie Series Season 2 has not been very, I guess, flattering to put it in the most simplest of ways. They definitely have to kind of buck up, but in which area do they actually sharpen themselves? Because in every single segment so far, they have been struggling. Let's take a quick look at the head-to-head and see if or not we can, elaborate a little bit more of what I was saying.
Well, see, you see the stark difference right here. And I keep saying that every time Artemis actually go up against another team, the head-to-head definitely is very different. You see here, Rio having 19 kills with an average scores of 2,747. And on the other hand, you have Chiwa with 8 and an average score of 1,279. So that's a little bit better compared to what they had the previous days, but still may not be enough for them to go and pull through. But you know what, the things that we've learned here today, don't trust these points that you see on the screen, because just like that, you're going to be seeing like a Klasiko kind of situation where they've had lower points, but it's a different team, it's a different day. And if these girls really put their work on in the last few hours that they had from the first matchup, then yes, they can definitely go and make a difference. So one thing they can really do is disrupt NU from getting more points. And honestly, for the point that they have here, it's going to be very difficult for them to reach up into that top 4 spot. But the best they can do is just deny NU more points.
Yeah, we are looking at a KD of 1.5 versus a KD of 0.6. I think that in itself should perhaps give us a little bit of a preview as to how some of those gunfights are going to be ending up in Hardpoint as well as Domination. LIthara Artemis has been that sort of a team that has been truly struggling, especially when it comes to Hardpoint, right? Domination, they are able to bag some points for themselves. But when it comes over to Hardpoint, we need to see them put in a little bit more effort. But you know what? As I say that, Beef, we have the perfect opportunity to speak to one of the ladies from the side of LIthara Artemis. And maybe we can pick their brain a little bit and see exactly what they've got planned to turn their situation around.
Yeah, honestly, like turning the situation around is going to be essential for them here right now, just because they need to get all the points. And for us to take a look into that interview and really just get into their headspace is definitely going to be very important, just because of how much of a mindset we need to learn from them, especially since they've been having a very hard time here so far. So I really just want to welcome our player really quickly and really just give them our warm regards, because obviously these ladies deserve it and we really want to know how they're doing.
Absolutely. So on that note, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, let us welcome Rogue from the side of LIthara Artemis. Welcome, Rogue.
Hello, hi.
Hello, Rogue. Rogue, we don't have a lot of time, Rogue. So first of all, let me thank you for maintaining your very high level of presence in the competition, although the performance has not been that great so far. But as I say that, I know that LIthara is a clan that has been around for quite a while, but I believe your lineup is fairly new. You guys kind of got together somewhere around October 2021. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, actually, we did have a girls team before, but it keeps changing the lineup. So basically, this is a lineup that we made like a month before the Valkyrie Series 2. So to be honest, for whatever that they have achieved, whatever that they have, improved during this tournament, as a captain, I'm still proud of them, because most of them, this is a new experience for them. Yeah, for from day 1 to day 2, if you can compare it to day 3 and day 4, they did improve a bit and a bit, because our main purpose of entering in tournament is actually to gain a lot of experience. we don't see other team as a viral or anything, but we do learn from them how they play, how they do their strats and everything. So yeah, basically we're new, we're still learning, and we can promise you this is not our last time. We're gonna come back stronger. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm very
Oh,
happy to hear that because I
absolutely.
think that was a important point to make clear, right? Because a team that was put together a month ago in a competition of this level, it's understandable as to why you guys are struggling a little bit. But I absolutely agree with you, Rogue. Over time, those little bits of improvement do add up. Beef, you have a question for
Yep.
our beautiful Rogue.
Oh yeah, definitely. And honestly, that was such a great answer and really well said. So with that into consideration, you guys are new, right? And you girls definitely want to bring it to the very end. So once this tournament is over and seeing your past performance here in the Valkyrie Series 2, what do you think are the next steps for your team to really just improve and really get into the groove of the whole tournament?
To be honest, for me, it's basically mainly the gunfight and of course our chemistry and communication because we're new, so we gotta get together with the chemistry, our callouts and everything. But I feel like our next plan we're gonna enter a lot of other tournaments and leagues just to build our chemistry more and more, and just to learn a lot from other teams as well. So that is basically our plan after the Valkyrie. We even already searched for whatever that's coming up so that we can just join to improve
Nice.
ourselves. And it's
Right.
also one of the things that our coach has, input on us just to improve and just to play more, just don't stop and don't give up. So that's why I said we're gonna promise you guys that this is not gonna be the last time that you guys are seeing us. We're definitely going to come
Oh,
back stronger. Yeah.
you hear that
It's
right from
definitely
Rogue, right
just
from
a
the
new
fans right
experience.
now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is
See,
definitely
like
a
we
new
love that
experience for
positive
all of us,
mindset.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean that
Yeah.
mindset really
I
is
have
like
to
great,
be,
right, AJ?
because yeah, as a captain, I have to be with a great positivity and mindset because I need to, motivate my team. Yeah, because from the first
Absolutely.
day one and day two, they did feel a bit down, especially when they look at the commands and everything. But I told them
Yeah.
just don't look at the lives, just focus on your game. So that's why you can see bit by bit they did improve. Yeah, we did take
Yeah.
whatever the comments that people say to us. Yeah.
Absolutely. And yes, we do see those improvements, Rogue. Don't worry about it at all. Once again, 1 month ago, you guys put this team together. We can expect much more from you. And I'm glad that you are reassuring us that this is not going to be the only competition that we see a little bit of exactly what you guys can bring to the table. Now, Artemis actually means the Greek goddess of the hunt. I want to know a little bit about your training regime. How often do you guys get together? What do you guys do? How many hours a day? How have you been preparing for the Valkyrie series so far?
Okay, for Valkyrie series, how did we prepare? Okay, some of us are students, some of us are working. So basically, the
Mm,
time that we have for training is actually nighttime. So that is actually when we had our session with coach, and then we did screen with other top other top teams in Malaysia. They do help us. They do give us feedback. Like for example, like they ask for screen, we did screen with them.
mhm.
It's for our improvement. That's how we prepared for our Valkyrie series because since we don't really have that chemistry, so we got to put it together and we just go for streams every night. Yeah, we did stream with Naira. So just thank you to Lilac and Naira because they did give us a lot of feedback that did improve us. Yeah, and we even
I
stream with boys, and the boys did also give the same good feedback and things that we can improve. Yeah.
I really like the fact that you guys are taking it each and every single step of the way to improve because like you said, right, working, studying, but still you find the time to go through those training segments. And yes, scrimming against those other teams definitely gives you a one up. And the experience that you take away from this competition going up against these high tier teams throughout the other regions as well. Hopefully, it gives you guys that experience that you definitely do need in those
Yep.
future competitions. So far, LIthara, Artemis, you guys have not been doing great in the competition, but I do agree with you, Rogue. Everybody starts somewhere. When I first started shoutcasting, everyone in the comment section, all they did was laugh at me. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and
Oh,
girls,
same.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and
Yep.
girls. And
Yep.
and today, it when I am not here for a broadcast, they ask, where is the mustachio? And that's exactly where I see LIthara Artemis being one day. As long as you guys stick together with a captain like you, Rogue, I think that's definitely going to be possible. Thank you so much for your time. I wish you guys all the best in the rest of the journey.
Thank you. All right.
See,
Bye-bye.
what
Thank you,
a
everyone.
beautiful,
Okay.
beautiful captain that we just saw, honestly. Like, not only is she very talented, but when it comes to the physical looks, honestly, she's just absolutely gorgeous, along with her other teammates as well. So you brought up a very good point. If you are a team that has been struggling here so far, don't let that stop you. This is definitely going to be that one step that Artemis has to be a greater team. You're not going to be great at the very first try, but the fact that you tried, you're always winning. That is definitely going to be the best win that we actually have. But speaking of a win, they need to go win this hardpoint, because NU will not give that to them very easily. But AJ, here we go. Finally, the map packs and bins here. And there's the thing here, though, NU does win that coin toss. So that's going to be very unfortunate because, you know, they do have the upper hand. But with what we've been seeing so far, it doesn't really matter up to a certain extent.
Yeah, and I think overall, NU with Nifty Ultra winning this, they would possibly be taking that. Okay, there you go. They took it off of the list before I could even say it, right? So take off of the list. Surprising, because I was assuming they were going to take Hackney Yard off, because that has been the constant ban that they have brought in, especially when they go up against, you know, some pretty tough teams. But going up against LIthara Artemis, I guess they didn't want to put themselves in a position where LIthara instead drags them into takeoff. Crossfire taken off of the list from the side of LIthara. It's been a constant ban for them the past 3 series, so not too surprised about that at all. But Nifty Ultra, the question is, where will they bring us? Is it going to be Summit or is it going to be Standoff? Either side, either map, we know they're going to be going in for a very dominant victory.
Absolutely. And NU is going to be that team that can really just go there, guns a-blazing. And finally, we get to see the first hardpoint. The map that we're going to be playing on is going to be Wank Wank Standoff. What? We haven't seen this map before, right, AJ? What? Hardpoint Standoff. Well, again, it's interesting to see how these teams really play into a map that we've been seeing here every single matchup today. So if it's going to be dominating, if it's going to be a turnaround, because we've seen 2 very, very different plays here so far. One being really, really dominant, and the second having that really quick exchange and that turnaround that we did not expect. So it's definitely going to be the same case here. Search and Destroy, on the other hand, is definitely going to be another one that if Artemis doesn't really pull off a win here in Hardpoint, they can finally turn around here in Hackney Yard. Now, this is going to be a place where they can definitely do so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. Hackney Yard, a map that LIthara Artemis drags in. Hackney Yard, the same map that we saw Nifty Ultra not wanting to play against that Valkyrie or Tyrant LXIX. Is that going to be the secret sauce of victory for the side of LIthara Artemis? I don't know, but I wish them all the best. As far as I'm concerned, I want to jump back off to Standoff and Hardpoint, because the last time we saw the ladies from LIthara go in to this map for that match mode, it was a 150-9. They tanked a 150-9 loss to Klasiko Hyenas. And as long as they do better than that, it is already good in my books, right? Because speaking of Nifty Ultra, in comparison to Klasiko Hyenas, these guys are a different level of beast altogether.
Oh yeah, the beast is definitely going to be unleashed here just because of how well they've been playing here so far. But now this is a really good point here for Artemis, because they did lose. NU AJW lost this to PDR in firing range. So that might be an edge over NU and possibly get them a lot of these points. But again, I kind of want to go back and circle into Standoff Hardpoint, because not only did they lose 150-9, but they also lost 150-3 against PDR. So this is the best map for NU to actually go and capitalize to win. So there's a reason why it's going to be here in Hardpoint Standoff.
Yeah, okay, see, from every single standpoint, viewpoint, it's going to be a GG for LIthara Artemis. But I want the audience to remember one thing. This is a team that was put together very, very, very recently. And the scene within Malaysia itself is not as well developed as the Philippines is. Singapore is an outlier. Singapore is a very weird outlier. Although there's no, heavy support from big brands, I don't know how these ladies still manage to, pull together all of their efforts and reach up to the top either way. But the Malaysian side, we've definitely been struggling for a while. So LIthara Artemis, in terms of the guidance that they need out there on the battlefield so far, they've been able to depend on each other. They've been able to depend on their brother clan from the side of CJ7. Let's see if or not that is enough. If it is not enough, I think they need to start going beyond the horizons, starting to open up a few more conversations with some of these other teams to see exactly how they can, absorb some of their best practices. Maybe get into some conversations with Udu, RSG. We need some of the big boys in CODM from Malaysia of the past to kind of grow the ladies as well as the guys moving forward in the future as well, Beef.
Speaking of moving forward, you did mention that the teams from Singapore and Malaysia not really being picked by a lot of the brands. And it's really just moments like these. It's tournaments like these where they really get to do it. It's all about the passion. And yes, even though they're not going to be, represented that big, unlike in the Philippines, that is a step. This is where you get to see where they shine, and hopefully in the future paves the way into esports and Call of Duty Mobile being so much bigger, especially on the side of the ladies team. But finally, we're getting our really great start going into Hardpoint. We finally get to see NU really getting a hold of this very solidly. But finally, Chiwa having a very great first opening pick.
What a play by Chiwa. MX9 for privacy. Still looking for yet another Rio. Steps out. Chiwa. One more shot in there. Does not get the kill and gets punished instead by Rio. Beautiful switch out by Rector as well. Perfect play so far. LIthara Artemis, although they do win a couple of gunfights, the hardpoint is just dominated by Nifty Ultra.
And you can see here, it's all NU, all across the board, into our kill feed. All blues, no reds, and that is how dominating they can be here in the standoff. And that's why I'm pretty surprised that they didn't ban standoff in the first place, because of how much they've been losing here so far. 43-0 already, and we still haven't seen anyone. But finally, Anna finally makes a difference, and the rotation coming into P2 is going to be key for them to really go and handle P2 really well.
Yeah, close to 60 points bagged from the first hardpoint. 57, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That's one of the most we've seen any of these teams pick up from a kill in a competition of this scale. 57-0. Let's see if or not they will be able to bag even more as Nifty Ultra opens up the second hardpoint as well at Warehouse, as they pull out the breads, as they pull out the sentry, as they pull out the Access 1 Goliath.
We've already had all of these score streaks. We see a Hunter Killer drone, a Sentry Gun, a Predator Missile, and also an XS1 Goliath going into P2. That is just absolutely display of dominance, and we're already at 82 points, 0 still left for Artemis, and this is a lesson that needs to be learned from Artemis. Don't play around, because we're definitely going to give you a donut. And just like that, 18 seconds left on the clock, and the rotation needs to come through from the side of Artemis. What we see here very comfortably, one player in the name of Cleo are being positioned very, very closely.
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate, just all-out dominance for the side of Nifty Ultra. LIthara Artemis just not being given any room whatsoever. Yes, they're trying to go in there for those rotations. They're trying to throw the bodies as well, but now Cole's just shutting them down with the Death Machine. Not even getting shut down. Pulls out the Holger, sets up the Sentry as well, as she sees all of that power position plays coming through from the side of LIthara Artemis, and shut down. A double Sentry as an overkill to make sure no one from the side of LIthara steps out of that private backyard. A spawn trap from those two Sentry. That is the kind of perfection Nifty Ultra's going for. Are they going to hit that impossible 150-0? I think they might just be able to do exactly that, B.
They can end it here in P3. This is the craziest hardpoint matchup I've actually casted and seen, and without any doubt, finally, so close, Castella almost having that. They have 5 seconds left here just to go and make a difference. 144, and this is so crazy. The setup is just too perfect, and just like that, AJ, we didn't think it was possible for Artemis to lose that much here, and these girls are just playing around.
I don't think Nifty Ultra was playing around, because, they went all out. They were winning their gunfights. They got all of those initial streaks set up. We saw those multiple sentries being placed very early on in that second hardpoint. We even saw a ultra rare XS1 Goliath being pulled out so early on. None of the players from the side of LIthara Artemis going past 5 kills. And as you can see, Coles is bagging the 20-5, getting a 4.0 KD in just this one match. Rekta right there behind her, just helping Coles wreck each and every single one of those players from the side of LIthara. Artemis, a perfect 150-0. And I don't think Nifty Ultra would have had it any other way. Like I said at the start of the series, like I said before the series even started, before the break even, it's potentially going to be a one-sided matchup that we cannot change, Beef.
Yes, I mean, it's really just destiny being written out for them, and there's no way to absolutely change it. You should have seen my face when I realized that they can end it in P3. Imagine ending a hardpoint matchup in P3. It could have been really good in P4 as well, because we keep seeing that, but that is just an absolute display of dominance here. 150-0. Now, this is definitely going to be really great as we see the results coming up in a few seconds. And we really get to see what happened here and what really just went down. 150-0. There's a reason why they should have banned standoff in the first place, because they kept losing that. They just had such a hard time with it with PDR against Klasiko. And it was just really surprising that they didn't put it off their map. So with that into consideration, Hackney Yar for Search and Destroy, there needs to be some sort of comeback here.
Yeah, I mean, even if they had gone in here and banned standoff, can you imagine Hardpoint at Crossfire? LIthara Artemis would have gotten squashed either way. Hackney Yard, Search and Destroy, like you said, is perhaps the best opportunity for them to turn things around. But the one thing that I'm hoping and praying for is for the ladies in LIthara Artemis to not give up hope. Yes, 13 out of 13 matches have been lost, but they are still in here to learn, not to win, just like what Rogue has mentioned already. In terms of their opponents, Nifty Ultra, AJW Esports, yeah, super solid in terms of management, super solid in terms of the guidance that they have been, receiving for quite a while now. That not only that, the individual gun skills, the mechanical capabilities of these girls, it's just a no-brainer series. And it's going to be one of the fastest one throughout the whole of Valkyrie series season 2 unfortunately.
Most definitely. And it's just really surprising for me with how fast actually that particular game really went. But SND, we already know that Nifty Ultra AJW Esports is going to be absolutely amazing here. They had such a great time. The only time they dropped was against Tyrant, obviously. So with Artemis, on the other hand, they've already had a game in Hackney Yard, pulling a 6-2 against Lugiami, and obviously they lost that. But this is the time where they can really learn a lot of what the teams are offering, because obviously they didn't really get enough time to really just go and perform practice and doing a lot of those scrims against all of these teams. So with that in mind, they need to take this into a learning experience. So with the next tournament that they have, they can finally get that knowledge and turn it into something good. Slowly but surely, I believe they can take a round or two against Nifty Ultra, but obviously that's not going to be a very easy feat. But I'm really hopeful they will do so.
Well, it looks like the attacking side of Nifty Ultra going in there straight up to rush into the warehouse. 4 players just piling on in there. Coles gets the double kill, and Coles gets one, and it will be the partner getting the other one as well. Unfortunately for the side of LIthara Artemis, they do manage to trade out Rekta, but they still allow that bomb plant either way, because early on, they were not able to close down or slow down the side of Nifty Ultra. It was an early push into the warehouse.
Very early push indeed, and just like that, we're seeing an absolute display here. They really just want to show everyone they want to finish this very quickly in Artemis with a very weak response, and very honestly, they just had one kill. That was Rogue. Captain Rogue really just making a little bit of difference, but it really goes up to not pushing, because they are on the defensive side. They need not to push very, very far. And I think they do have a top L control. That is a really great start. So they shouldn't push. They need to play for picks. Let Artemis... there you go. I mean, Artemis definitely was their first, but unfortunately just not winning the gunfights.
Hayuki, unfortunate. Caught out by Rekta from the back. Coles just looking for those kills. Won't be able to slide. Oh! Takes a 2-on-1. What in the world? Unfortunately for the side of LIthara Artemis, Nifty Ultra AJW, even in their sleep, look like they should be able to win this without a problem whatsoever. A little unfortunate for the Malaysians, but what can you expect when you go up against one of the best within the Valkyrie series itself?
Oh, finally, a very aggressive rush coming into Artemis, and that is a very good start for them so far, but there you go. That's the price that you play, and just like that, Nifty Ultra going down 3 girls, but then with these 2 players, it's still very possible for them to have a really quick turnaround, but again, really great start from Artemis, and that's what we like to see from these teams, but slowly but surely, we see 2 players of Nifty Ultra trying to be a little bit more quiet, waiting for a mistake to happen, and an over push coming in from the side of Artemis.
Smart plays, and Rio backing away. Rogue, is she gonna make that mistake? Very smartly backs away, but Anka shuts down Castella, and it looks like it's a 2-2. Anka, she takes Rogue out of the equation as well through the smoke, and with a shotty, takes the 3rd piece for herself as Nifty Ultra scores the 3rd round.
There was no reason for Artemis to push there. All they needed to do was stay put and wait for the plant. And that is the difference between a team that is a little bit of a rookie and starting out and a team knowing very well that they're at a disadvantage and just waiting there. They knew they were going to come to them. They knew that Artemis was going to want to go and hunt for the kill. And now the push for B is going to ensue, and only one player is going to make that difference here. And unfortunately for her, she finally does it. Chiwa really does an amazing job. 1v4 situation. And finally we get to see 1 point into the side of Artemis. That was a really good start. And if they keep the ball rolling like that, they should probably get another one.
Yeah, so, like you said, Beef, it's going to be possible for them to pull a round or 2, albeit it's going to be tough to pull those rounds away from the side of Nifty Ultra. But the way the pace of this match is being dictated by the side of NU, it just looks like it's going to be a quick, done and dusted matchup for themselves before they move on to the domination as well. Recta actually, unscoping halfway through the shot. Castella with a punisher takes her out of the equation. Unfortunately, Recta thought she could get lucky with that melee. Calls now opportunity from the back wall, be able to shut down a Rogue. A Rogue taken out in terms of a trade. Nifty Ultra still not doing too good with the numbers, but they've gone in there for the plan either way, so the pressure is still on the side of LIthara Artemis.
Now that's what you see, a really great play. And yes, Nifty Ultra is actually going in there, having 1 more person down. Now it's a really good thing that Artemis is going to be able to do a really good job, but then unfortunately 1 more player left in the mix. Now that is going to be very essential for her to actually go and clutch up as 19 seconds left on the clock. And obviously Nifty Ultra is just playing for the clock. And there you go, Tokyo with the shotgun. Now AJ, I want to talk about that play so far because Recta was probably one of the most important players there. Even though she went down very early, she made enough noise in Bravo, making Artemis think that they're going to be going in for the plan. And Bravo made the rotation, but just no one was there. Everyone else was in Alpha.
I like how serious you're getting with the casting because I think Nifty Ultra's strong. I mean, they were going all out. I mean, Recta was looking for the melee kills, and then even the final one was the melee as well. Nifty Ultra, they're just being very cheeky because they understand exactly where they stand, in contest against LIthara Artemis. Unfortunately, LIthara! What a play! As Rogue gets that very important kill. And this is that 2nd round that you were talking about, Beef. The one that is tough to get, but they still manage to bag for themselves. Can they finish this off perhaps? Or will Nifty Ultra prove to be a little bit too much to handle? Because as long as they kind of just get a little bit serious, that's it. Game over for LIthara.
And here we go, finally, going into that Bravo plant. That is one thing we like to see from the side of Artemis because Alpha is just going to be a little bit too hard, but Tokyo with that double kill, and Chiwa also getting a lot of kills. So everything's even right now, AJ.
Oh, beautiful Rogue getting the job done. Opportunity as the 3 players from the side of LIthara sticking together. The bomb not planted just yet. LIthara has an opportunity at the B bomb side, and Anka with the scopes should be able to go in there for the prevention. Let's see if or not LIthara Artemis knows Hackney Yard as well as they think they do. Rogue! What a play by Captain from the side of LIthara Artemis, making it happen for the team. And now the plan. Anka, can she get the clutch? Just right below her, Hayuki, an opportunity to take her out of the equation. Trophy system taken out, but they also get that information. Hayuki should be able to catch her out. Anka drops right there beside her. Hayuki punishes as LIthara Artemis stays alive in the search and destroy.
Patience pays off, as Hayuki in that corner definitely was going to be essential for her. And now we're going into our next round with only 1 point in between them. 1 round to actually go and make a difference. And it looks like Artemis is doing such a great job at planting the bomb. But then it's going to be very difficult as they finally going into Alpha.
Let's see if or not going into Alpha will be the solution that they need. Because, they are able to throw their bodies in there. One person, being in the name of Tokyo, will be able to pass all of that information back. And we see the very slow push coming through from the side of Nifty Ultra, closing in on Cargo Land. They jump on into the second floor as well. Tokyo gets taken down by Bling Bling. And Cold shuts down Hayuki. The numbers don't look good on the side of LIthara. Artemis, Captain Rogue needs to get it done. One more opportunity. And Rogue shuts down Recta. And 2 players right in front of her. They get taken down. Unfortunately for the side of LIthara, Artemis, the captain just could not get it all done on her own.
Match point finally for the side of NU. Now that is going to be very great for them. And how Artemis is going to respond is probably just try to go in for Bravo as well, because Alpha didn't really work out, and now the push for Bravo is definitely going to ensue. But we already know that NU, they know that since Bravo worked out for them, they're going to be bringing on 1 player right there just to make a difference.
Let's see if another difference is exactly what. Oh, beautiful play by Rio. And Nifty Ultra just makes this look way too easy. Rio stepping out, taking the 3rd piece for herself. Finally gets punished by Captain Rogue. Bling Bling gets taken out of the equation, leaving the captain all alone. Lonely. She is so lonely. But will she be able to take a 2-on-1? She takes the first one, leaving us in a 1-on-1 situation. It's going to be Coles going up against Captain Rogue. Captain Rogue does have the bomb in hand. She can go in here for the plant, spots the gun and goes in for the punish. What a play by the captain. And LIthara Artemis 4-5. They're doing the impossible, Beef.
They're doing such a great job with the response, and it seems like the attacker is definitely something that they're very comfortable with. But then once they do pull out around 11, it is going to be switching up, so they need to do a monumental job at actually going in for the response. But they do send Rio yet again into Bravo. Now that's going to be very good, because Rio did such an amazing job there, and even though she had so much kills, they still didn't win.
Oh, Anka almost getting taken down. The hit marker on her. Rio a little bit confused. Hayuki in front. Recta does manage to take Castella out of the equation. Either way, LIthara Artemis struggling with the numbers. 5-3 now. Nifty Ultra, they have the advantage as Rose shuts down Chiwa as well. 5-on-2 now. 5-on-1. Are we going to be left with Captain Rogue once again? Can the captain make the play? Rogue right in front of 2 players. Shut down for Tokyo. But unfortunately, the sniper on the right-hand side takes her out. 6-4. Nifty Ultra shuts down Search and Destroy.
And just like that, we did not expect this at all. It was pretty close. I mean, we already know that Artemis was probably not going to win this game, but with the fact that they pulled off 4 rounds against Nifty Ultra AJW Esports, now that is going to be very impressive. But obviously, AJW Esports doing such an amazing job at really just performing. And like what you said, maybe they were trolling around just a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. They still tried to get that win, and especially into that last round, that was very impressive how they rushed in for the pinch. You can see here Rogue, Captain Rogue, doing such a monumental job in this search and destroy, having 14 kills. That is absolutely great, especially going up against a team like NU.
Oh, absolutely right. Crazy stuff coming out of the captain, but unfortunately, the game cannot be won by one person. She was stellar in terms of performance. If only she had a sliver of backup with her, she should have been able to hold her own in a multiple of these situations. Hayuki, a little careless with the positioning, a little bit scared as well to step out there. Hopefully, she will be able to find it in herself in the future to play those positions a little bit more confidently, right? Because I saw her being the person who could have just been the game changer in multiple of those gunfights between themselves as well as the side of Nifty Ultra, but she really desperately needed to step it up. Search and Destroy, unfortunately, did not go the way of the Malaysians, and LIthara Artemis are now 14-14 in terms of the losses.
And here we go. Finally, let's see the post-game breakdown, and really just like the post-game breakdown. We see here the maps that finally got to see today. And obviously NU, without a doubt, had such an amazing performance here in Standoff, having that 150-0. Now, 150-0 is not an easy feat to do. And yes, it was Standoff and Hardpoint is probably one of the weakest points of Artemis, but we didn't know it was going to be that dominating. And now Hackney Yard, it was a completely different story. We saw Artemis finally pull off. Rogue obviously going to be that MVP for her team. Hayuki also having a lot of highlights in a lot of moments here as well, but just being a little bit reluctant in those other plays. But now that we're going into firing range domination, now this is a spot that is going to be a little bit uncomfortable for Artemis just because of how easy it is to trip cap this particular map.
But I guess the saving grace here is both of these teams have a 100% loss record on domination firing range.
Yes.
If that makes LIthara Artemis feel any bit better. But you know, the thing that I want to focus on is how they managed to do the impossible at a Search and Destroy. I mean, to be able to take 2 rounds, which you assume they might be able to do, I was thinking, okay, that's definitely going to be tough. But 4, they managed to pull away. But once again, a majority of the work done by the captain in this domination matchup this time around. Based on the first 2 games, it's a little tough to think that LIthara Artemis will be able to bag a victory. But I want to see how they try to overcome the Nifty Ultra side. Let's see exactly how this setup is this time around, Beef.
And finally, we get to see Rio over pushing, going into that top wood. We get to see her really perform so much in Rio, trying to go for that triple cap. And just early on, they are going to try to improve that. And finally, she does get taken out. So triple cap is not going to be in order just for now. But then one more person is going to be making a really loud noise here. But it's going to be so hard. Tokyo not actually sporting that shotgun that she usually does, but it's a good thing. Here we go. It's going to be a solo. Get 5 kills just like that. Already Predator missile up in our presence. AJ, there you go. The triple cap is in order, and this is why we don't like to see firing range for Artemis, because of how easy you can get a triple cap.
She had 8 kills back to back. Tokyo was on fire and, you know, just single-handedly played a huge role in that triple cap. And now, finally, that A side being pulled right back. Barracks Hut belongs to the side of LIthara Artemis, but not for long at all. A triple cap once again forced by the side of Nifty Ultra. Yes, clearing area will be the play from the side of LIthara, but a simple Predator missile dropped on their heads will be able to maintain the triple cap. And, you know, when we look at the points between teams, we see that LIthara Artemis is not able to pick up many when we come to Hardpoint. That is because each and every single opportunity to pick up the points, both teams have to fight in the same place. When we look at Domination, on the other hand, they are able to get a little bit more. But against the side of Nifty Ultra AJW Esports, I think it's gonna be a little tough, Beef.
It's more than just tough. It's going to be absolutely impossible for them to come and pull through a win into this domination matchup. 58-12. Now that's going to be a really big margin for them to go in there, but it's still very important for them to capture that alpha flag, because they just keep going in there one by one. Now that's going to be easy for them to go and pick off, just because you already know that Nifty Ultra can just get rid of a whole team with just one player, and we've already seen that. And that's going to be definitely the case for all of the other domination rounds that we've been seeing here. So A and B still a hold of NU, and that's going to be a very solid hold here so far. And the response from LIthara Artemis, now that is going to be a little bit lacking at 75-21,
nice.
And we are moving on towards our second half of the game.
Yeah, I like the ideation coming out from LIthara Artemis, not giving up all the way down, even to the very final moment, still trying to capture Barracks Hut. But, you know, overall, it is a tremendous performance from the side of Nifty Ultra that is just so tough for the side of LIthara to keep up. The C flag being picked up early by the team, whilst the rest of the players piling on in towards that white warehouse. Are they going to be able to pull out a perfect play? Tokyo just brings the backstab through and wipes out all the players from the side of white warehouse solo.
Tokyo always going into that solo hold multi-kills. That is just absolutely nuts. And she also has an MX9. You usually see that with a holder spamming, but no, she doesn't really need that. The mag size definitely going to be in her favor, but here we go. Finally, Tokyo getting more kills yet again, and they're trying to go in there for the take. Charlie is definitely in their sights, but Alpha, they need to heavily defend that, as 2 players are going to be.
83 to 30, and let's see if or not they are gonna be able to get that B flag as well. Opportunity solo attempt coming through from the side of Tokyo, but prevention will be too easy. Yani can go in here to cap that flag, but surprisingly not playing the role of OBJ at all, allowing Tokyo to once again step in there on her own, waiting for Cleo to come all right round. And this is exactly what sets Nifty, Ultra, AJW apart. When they have these vantage points, Yani, look at her. She's all streamed out and she's got 10 kills. Yani is actually trying to get the nuke here for herself. The question is, can she activate it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she can, because everyone else in Artemis can't really bring her down. It seems like they don't want to do that, but then here we go. They keep trying, still not 11 kill streak. She does not want to get rid of it. If they really want to give her a nuke, they should probably give 2 points to the side of Artemis, and maybe she can actually go in, because the clock is ticking down fast, especially with a very great triple cap.
Oh, now let's see exactly what they will be able to pull off in here. Yani still looking for the nuke. Is it going to be pulled off on the LIthara Artemis? They need to figure it out. Coles is fully streaked out as well. Look at the XS1 Goliath. Look at the death machine on weight as well. The sentry gun will be super beneficial, but they're not even pulling out those score streaks because they're just not needed. And this will just be the situation where it will be LIthara Artemis as usual, looking around, wondering exactly how they can overcome such a supreme force within the Valkyrie series, but there will be no answer that they can find. Nifty Ultra just a level too high.
And we can see here such a solid hold already going into that Charlie flag, pushing that sentry gun into that spawn point, into tunnel. Now that is going to be very impressive here so far. Cole's already with 21 to her name, fully streaked out. All of the players of Nifty Ultra still have yet to call in their score streaks and operator skills as well. We keep seeing Predator missiles and sentry guns, but the reason why they want to pull it out so they can get another one. So that's going to be very impressive. Obviously the fight for Alpha is going to be right there, but just like that, 52 and 150. Nifty Ultra with such a dominating matchup here, and there's no stopping them at this point.
Unfortunately, even if there is stopping them, it's definitely not going to be LIthara Artemis doing any bit of that slowing down, right? You know, it's 15 for 15 in terms of losses for the side of LIthara Artemis. Unfortunately, on the side of Nifty Ultra, on the other hand, a perfect 3-0. They serve their donut up and they move up close to the top. I believe in the third spot right now with the 10 points that they hold in their hands.
Take a look at that. Tokyo with that 29 kills. Everyone else on the side of NU are actually going to be in the positive, and that's really, really great to see. So NU doing an amazing job here in this tournament so far. Chiwa tries to go and make a difference as well. It's really that lack of power positions that really made a difference in this game, and the really long triple caps that NU just kept on holding is just absolutely crazy.
I mean, look at Tokyo here, man. I mean, look at her KD. That was the 3.1 KD in here. This lady was absolutely mad out there. But Rogue, this time round, very surprisingly, just could not hit the mark, right? And I understand, because the captain really was out there giving it her all in that search and destroy. And, you know, they might have just lost a little bit of the momentum after they could not make it through, because that was their best opportunity by far throughout all three matches to get a victory, right? To pull a quick one over the side of Nifty Ultra, but they just could not get that done. Overall, 150 to 52, like you said, a unfortunate, dominated situation that the side of LIthara Artemis had to tank all the way through.
But not all is lost, because it's really the most important thing here is the learning experience that we really get to see. But speaking of, we need to learn what actually happened there, the results of what we had into the last three matches that we did get to see. So Standoff, Hackney Yard, and Firing Range, obviously a very exciting matchup just because of how dominating NU is, and really just showed everyone here. Standoff, Hardpoint, no question, ended it in P3. A perfect run here. The most dominating Hardpoint that we've seen here so far in this whole tournament, the whole 5 days, 150 and 0. But here, the surprise that we actually had in Hackney Yard, where we finally get to see Artemis kind of shine through in this competition, their best performance here so far. And unfortunately, they still lost, but that is still something, a learning experience for them to go and enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely right. I don't know if or not they can enjoy this particular learning experience, but learn from it most definitely they will do, right? And the way I love to say it in video games, the more you die, the more you find out how you're not supposed to die. And in the future, you just eventually become a better player. But it is to the point of Captain Rogue, as she spoke to us moments ago, that we should be touching on, with the fact that what they're trying to focus on right now is the chemistry between all of those players. They are trying to just jive with each other, because being together as a squad the past 1 month clearly has not been enough for them to understand each other, right? Because out there on the battlefield, in a game as fast-paced as Call of Duty Mobile, you need to be able to read your team members' minds in and out all throughout that matchup. And yes, there will be some communication going up and down, but it is how they move in unison after getting used to each other is what wins them championships, Pete.
Communication is key, and we saw kind of that lack of communication for the side of Artemis, but that is something that you need to work on, and it does take time for you to really just understand, to have the right call outs, and to not have a really confusing type of scene here where you're just going to be talking over each other. So definitely something that they need to work on, especially we saw that in Search and Destroy. The information should have been relayed to their team, but unfortunately that really gave the opportunity for people like Tokyo to have like multi-kills after multi-kills. But speaking of, let's take a look at what really happened into our game number 3, into our Hardpoint Search and Destroy and Domination, as the highlights are going to be going in, reeling in. Hardpoint, obviously, that is going to be a game that is going to be very, very fast here, just because of how dominating we see in Nifty Ultra B.
Yeah, Tiwa was quite good in the first opening segments of the game, but just on the second point itself, a double sentry plus an XS1 Goliath, this is the part where I said, okay, you know what? This is a different sort of matchup, man. I've never seen a game like this ever in my history of shoutcasting the past 1 year. I believe this is the very first 150-0.
Yeah, that is the first 150 I've seen, and how dominating that P2 can be. I was just so surprised with how many operators and also score streaks were already utilizing that P2. You just had so much. You had 4 different streaks coming out at the same time, and we're not even like 2 minutes into the game already. Really goes to show with how well this team and how confident they can be. Take a look at this triple sentry setup that eventually led them into a 150 victory, and for Artemis as well. So this is a learning experience for Artemis to not be bullied in the way that they did in that Hardpoint, and they responded very well into the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it wasn't just a triple. It ended up with a quadruple sentry setup, and that was the kind of overkill that Nifty Ultra were going for at that Hardpoint. Right? I mean, if you're already on the way to bag a 150-0, you have to push for it like crazy. And I think they did amazing in that matchup. Search and Destroy, surprisingly, we saw the rise of LIthara, Artemis, and Captain Rogue really popped off, didn't she?
She really did. And not just that, Hayuki as well, with that really stellar performance, really just waiting, patience really in her favor. So it's really learning about teams that can just sit back and relax. And that's how you know how good a team is, especially playing Search and Destroy, where you just lie there and wait, knowing very well that the enemy is going to you instead. So obviously there's like a lot of bright spots, especially with Captain Rogue leading her team. That is going to be very good for them. If they do and keep it up, if they keep the roster, which I hope they do, because there's so much potential here already, especially with the guidance of Rogue, is going to be so great into the next tournaments that they go and play. And we already saw it here in Search and Destroy.
Now, in terms of them making the comeback, remember once again, this was the best opportunity, and I did not expect them to be able to pick up that 4th point, but it was once again down to the one and only Captain Rogue. This was that play, right? She just turned things around with 11 kills still in hand, super composed, took a 2-on-1 situation, turned it around, shuts down Anka, and at the very final moment, this was where I feel like she kind of gave a fresh new hope to her team. But that's exactly what she needed, the rest of her team to help her step it up as well. And that's something that she just could not find in the Search and Destroy.
It's actually just the motivation too, and apart from obviously the game skills that you need to have, she's very passionate, and you already know that she cares so much for her teammates and their well-beings, and that is a great sign of a really good captain. Not only would you want to perform, but you also need to take care of your teammates as well. So with having like a caring captain like that is going to bring you really, really far. I've seen captains like that in terms of Almighty, in terms of, you know, previously NRX, obviously now it's going to be Omega. It really takes great captains to form a really good team, and I really see that in Rogue.
Yeah, and of course, unfortunately for the side of LIthara, Artemis, back to the drawing board, it has to be for them in terms of a strategy, because they need to figure out exactly how they can patch up some of these gameplays. Not just the mechanical supremacy, but some of the rotations that they were taking in here for domination as well seem to be a little all over the place. And I don't know if or not it was because they had given up by this point of the matchup, or it was just a situation where they just could not figure out what was the strategy they wanted to stick to. As far as we saw this domination map being played, it was mainly depended on the spawns. Wherever the game spawned out the players of LIthara Artemis, that's the nearest flag to that spawn was exactly where that player wanted to go in and focus on. And you're not going to be able to win those domination matches in that way, right? It has to be a strategy that's pulled off from start to end. But of course, overall, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, who else but calls from the side of Nifty Ultra to pick up the MVP of the series title with the average kill of 16.33 and the average death of 5.67. This girl has most definitely been phenomenal out there on the battlefield. A 2.8 KD is not too shabby at all, B.
Now, this is a sign of a really great team, because I didn't even know that Coles was going to be that MVP, because anyone else from her team can be that MVP. And taking a look at her loadout right now, obviously the MX9 going to be used, and she really, really likes that. And I'm actually pretty surprised that she didn't really have Skulker on, because obviously a lot of these players have that as their perk. So MX9 always being the gun that they really like to have. And for her, she doesn't really have a red dot there, doesn't really need it because of the close range engagements that she has.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And, you know, at times we have seen Coles go in there as well, not even going in for the scope. It's just all about that hip fire, because the MX9 allows you to spray down your opponents when they are in the close quarters as well. And many a times it just was that opportunity that not Coles made for herself, but the players of LIthara Artemis just presented in front of Coles because of the positioning, because of how they were taking those fights, trickling in one after the other, making it super easy for the side of Nifty Ultra to bag the victory. A perfect 3-0 served up. This donut is just a little too spicy for the Malaysians to swallow, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, and now I'm actually like trying to see if how well a spicy donut can actually taste. I'm pretty curious if that is actually possible. Imagine like a honey glazed donut, but you have chili on it. That is like $1 million idea, AJ. You need to start that business. We got to do it. We got to do it.
No. You just need to come to Malaysia. We have the spicy donut. We've got a little fried donut.
Actually,
no hole. It's cut in half. You've got some cucumber in there, and you've got some anchovies with sambal. Sambal's this really spicy mix of gravy. Is it gravy? It's dry. I don't know what sambal. What's sambal in English, ladies and community? Please help me out in the comment section.
Please,
and please tell me the name of the delicacy as well, because I lupa.
Thank you, comment section. I'm gonna be watching this stream again just to see what AJ's actually talking about, because I am intrigued. Because obviously, like something like when I think of a donut, it's obviously going to be very sweet. But speaking of very, very spicy, our next matchup definitely is not going to disappoint, as we see here. PDR Esports is going up against Lugiami. So the Bees versus the Noodle Soup is definitely going to be really, really amazing to see. Now, we are going to be going in a very, very short break, but don't stay here. Stay in your seat, just because the fight is going to be coming into you really, really quickly, as we are finally having our last matchup of the day. Stay put. We'll see you in a little bit.
never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
Welcome back, community, here to the Valkyrie series season 2, and we're finally into our last game. 3 games already we've seen here so far, and AJ, it has been absolutely spicy, and that donut has been in my head the entire time you said it.
One day, I can't post it over to you, but one day when you come to Malaysia, I most definitely will buy you that spicy donut. Is it going to be as spicy as this next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Let's take a quick look at the matchup so we can, once again, recap exactly what happened in this day and what we can expect for the next matchup. When we opened the day up, Tyrant LXIX took the 3-0 victory over AIM Genesis, and then later on, Klasiko Hyenas came in here with a stunner of a victory over Sad Valkyrie. 2-1, they took that. LIthara Artemis barely could do anything against Nifty Ultra AJW Esports, but now we are at the highlight, at the main event of the day. PDR Bees taking on Lugiami. Both of these teams sitting down in that second and third spot. Both of these teams have 9 points at the moment. The winner moves up or perhaps stays in that second spot.
Now, this is the most important matchup we have here so far, and will dictate who's going to stay on top in top 2 and top 3. But before we get to that, PDR Bees, let's take a look at who the players are. Aurora, Pibs, Reiko, Roshi, Sazi, and Tin really making the lineup so special. Now, this team, why are they special? Because they're the only team that was able to take 1 map off of, obviously, the Tyrants that we have here that has been dominating so far. So they're going to be very impressive in Hardpoint, obviously, because they've been so great. Now, taking a look at these girls right now, obviously they look so sweet, but then they are absolutely deadly in the battlefield.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Between these two teams, if one of them takes a 3-0 victory, the loser does not go to the third spot. The loser drops down to the 4th spot because of what Nifty Ultra managed to pull off earlier on today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Because overall, they've got 10 points, and tanking a 3-0 loss will stack either the PDR side or Lugiami on that 9 points. Something neither side wants, because at the very bottom, in that 5th and 6th spot, they are hungry and they are slowly climbing up the leaderboard, Beef.
Yeah, it really just like a slippery, slimy slope where one mistake can really just bring you down. And it's not going to be a comfortable spot if you do eventually get into that top four. Obviously, NU had a very great start here, and PDR Bees does not want to go in there and lose a point. But then, speaking of a team that has been a really good team here so far, Lugiami making that amazing climb here off of that third spot. Bloom, Keiki, Elmo J, Lexi, NX, and Savella as well. And obviously, they need no introduction just because of they're the champions of season one. And there's a reason why they're up here, but it's not as dominating as they wanted. But obviously, that's going to be very great.
The question is it not as dominating as they want it to be because they wanted it to be that way? Because you see, they took a loss. They took a loss against Tyrant LXIX. They took a loss against the ones that they had already beaten. We opened up the competition with a grand finals worthy matchup. And the question was whether or not Lugiami wanted to allow all of their strats out of the bag in the first day itself. Because we are talking about a team that won the Valkyrie series season 1 who actually lost 13 to 150 to Tyrant LXIX on that firing range. So, that begs the question, was that a legitimate victory? Was Lugiami absolutely outshined in that matchup, or were they holding back so they can pull a surprise victory over Tyrant LXIX once again at the grand finals? One thing we know about Singapore, it's all about those IQ plays.
Absolutely. And speaking of greatness, we already know how great both of these teams are, but then the players that will definitely lead them into victory. This is our head-to-head right now. Roshi and Lexi are going to be their MVPs here so far. And we can see here from the scores, they're going to be absolutely on the same playing field. 12 average kills for Roshi, an average score of 2,226. For Lexi, 13 average kills and an average score of 2,000. So that's going to be very impressive here because Roshi definitely going in for that OBJ. She knows what she's doing. She knows that she can perform in every single aspect of roles. She will be definitely flexible on that end. Lexi, on the other hand, she does have an advantage of having just one more kill, but that doesn't really matter. We can see here, they're pretty even.
Yeah, we are talking about a 0.9 versus a 1.8 KD. Lugiami just seems to be a little bit better in terms of those gun skills. But, it's not up to just purely these two players, right? A number of those Bees out on the side from PDR, they surely know how to sting. And it's about the backup plays that Roshi gets. So although those numbers are not stacked higher than Lexi, we can be rest assured that this particular Bee is not going to be the only hard worker out there on the battlefield. The backup from the other worker Bees will most definitely come through, because at the end of the day, each and every single one of them have got the caliber to be a queen bee. But Lugiami, they are the ones who have been, so solid in terms of their strategy, apart from that matchup against Tyrant LXIX. Will they be able to prove themselves against PDR Bees, or will they bleed? It looks like Lady Luck shines down on them. Lugiami wins the coin toss. So it is up to them to see if or not they want to remove Takeoff from this equation as well, because they seem to have not wanted to play that map against all of the big teams in the competition so far.
Absolutely, and Lugiami having a really great position here. Lugiami being the lucky mommies of today, winning that coin toss. And now we're going to be seeing what map they have banned. And obviously, we've seen it already so far. And take off Crossfire. There you go. Crossfire is going to be banned off. So I'm assuming that PDR would definitely want to ban Takeoff just because of how much of a wild card it could be. But maybe that's the edge that they need going up against Lugiami, because so far we haven't seen Takeoff being played just yet. And for them to have that trick up their sleeve will definitely be an advantage.
It could be a summit, because the Bees have all just been about the summit ban all throughout the competition. They just don't like that one-sided map. High probability that we might be able to see Takeoff in here for the play. And I'm actually quite surprised by this particular ban. Because why? I do not understand why would Lugiami not want to play crossfire, right? Because they are definitely a team that can go out there and truly dominate. Yes, indeed, they did lose the domination matchup to Tyrant LXIX, but even in that match, they were quite solid. The points were quite close. So I really think that it's back to the IQ plays from Lugiami once again. They just don't want to show what map they don't like to play in this particular competition, and they drag the Bees on in towards firing range, where they don't really have a great record so far. So I'm wondering what the girls are trying to do.
Yeah, I know. I feel like this is redemption on their end. Lugiami losing 150 and 13 against Tyrant. So they definitely want that redemption to show, yeah, you know what, we're going to be good. But you are going up against the Bees. And PDR, they actually haven't played firing range yet for Hardpoint, though that's going to be very impressive to see what kind of a game they're going to have. But PDR does really well in domination here, having 2 wins already to their name. So definitely going to be very impressive. But for Search and Destroy, we're going to be pulling up Standoff really quick here. Now, this is going to be where Lugiami shines a little bit brighter, just because PDR, that is their weakest link here so far.
Yeah. But why would they pull in their weakest? I don't understand, because I believe they... Okay, I mean, in all honesty, it was not like they took a 6-0 loss to Nifty Ultra, right? In that matchup, I believe that was a 5-6, so it was very close. They could have bagged it. They could have bagged a 3-0 over Nifty. But, you know, it was just a little unfortunate in that one round. So I feel like, I guess they have, in their own accord, a few strats they want to go in here and test against Lugiami as well, which in their own right they will be able to do. But Lugiami now dragging in Raid to close this off. And I can tell you guys this, right? It's Tyrant LXIX as well as Lugiami. Both of these teams, their map bans and picks in the competition so far is all in here, not to play against their own strengths or against the weaknesses of the other teams, but purely out here to throw some dust into the eyes of their opponents. They're just trying to confuse the side of Tyrant, and Tyrant's trying to confuse the side of Lugiami, because they don't want any of their strats to get leaked out in this group stages itself, because none of these maps bans are making much sense here.
Yeah, I mean, it really is that Summit matchup that I kind of really didn't expect because of Lugiami losing that. So again, questionable map bans and picks here, but you know what? Let's see what happens. Maybe we're gonna eat our own words, and there you go. I'm pretty sure the Sparrow already being banned, the Death Machine might follow suit. So with the ban operator skills, you really get to see, oh, okay, Annihilator is actually going to be banned here. So Death Machine will be used by both of these teams. So definitely going to be very important for them to use it well enough, because we've seen the operator skills not being used to its full potential. So hopefully they get to use it really well, especially going into that firing range Hardpoint and Domination Raid.
Yeah, Raid, in terms of the stats from the side of Lugiami, they have a 100% win rate at Raid. But the problem here is they have not played Raid domination just yet within the season 2 of the Valkyrie series. So that's one point where I'm a little curious as to what they're trying to do, because it is a very risky play against the side of PDR Bees. I understand they don't want to release all of their strats over to Tyrant, but it's quite the risk to take a map ban and pick against PDR, unless they are super confident based on their previous matchups, based on the matchups that they've already watched, that they will be able to take the victory 3-0, no questions asked.
Now, that makes me really excited, because Lugiami and PDR Bees, they're on an even playing field right now. With whatever map that they choose, it's going to be sort of the same type of situation like what you said. Raid, Lugiami has 100% win rate there. They played at S&D and Hardpoint, but never in Domination. But for PDR, they were able to win a Domination Raid. But you know what? Let's take a look at what we're having now, because the Raid is going to be in the future. Really fast push right now, going into Hardpoint firing range. That's going to be really spicy.
Oh, but it's just PDR all up on the kill feed, and the Bees will be able to open up the very first hardpoint, and those power positions are most definitely being played to the T by the side of PDR. Look at Sassy now, just picking up all of those points as the OBJ, while she has that backup from Pibbs out there at that auto repair. Second floor just ultimately controlled with the whole 26 in hand. Lugiami cannot step up to the hardpoint just yet, but the pinch is coming through, and here's that flag.
And there you go. Really solid hold right now from the PDR Bees. And honestly, Lugiami can't even take a stepped without dying just like that. But then going in there, Sassy's gonna have a very hard time as we finally get into position. Lugiami finally gets a hold of that hardpoint. Keiki eliminating just like that. Pibs already. Now the tower is gonna be a very important point, but she does get eliminated that easily.
I love Sassy, man. Look at the girl. She just immediately identifies that to take the player out from Scout Tower is going to be a challenge. You need a grenade. You need the hunter-killer drone. And that's exactly what she went in there and threw off. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here comes Lugiami now trying to take down Command Center. The numbers are looking absolutely solid on the side of PDR Bees. A 2-on-1 situation, and they do manage to keep the hold onto Command Center. Lugiami, look at the two players just waiting outside of the door, but they play their patience to the T, but unfortunately for them, that backup does not arrive on time. The rest of the players just a little bit too far, and PDR Bees should be able to run away with a majority of the points from the side of Command Center. An early setup perhaps might just be the idea that is going from the side of Lugiami, but even as they try to do that, it is PDR Bees. PDR Bees, they go in there for that early rotation. PDR Bees, they want to command that white warehouse as well. Aurora steps in there for that win, and she gets that kill, but Elmo J steps in and tries to get it done for herself as well. NX winning all of the fights in that white warehouse for the side of Lugiami and PDR Bees. Yes, they will be able to close off the command center, but it will be the Singaporeans that opens up P3. Back and forth, but it is absolutely shocking as to how did PDR Bees manage to maintain control over the outside segment of this P3 with still the hold on to command center. Predator missile being dropped onto the Elmo J head play right there, and unfortunately for the side of Lugiami, they haven't been able to figure out a play to counter the side of the Beast just yet. Finally, Elmo J breaking the hill, managing to step in there, but the numbers will be able to outplay her, and Pips once again drops a Predator on Elmo J's head. Unfortunately, today is the day that Elmo J's head has turned into an ultimate magnet for all of those Predator missiles. 91-42, PDR Bees still trying to run away with this matchup, but the Singaporeans not allowing them to. White warehouse, scrap points now for the Bees, and they hit that 100-point mark. Absolute insanity, if you ask me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And if you're wondering why is the Mustachio going on and on and on at the moment, unfortunately, we've got a tiny little technical issue that we are trying to sort out in the background. But don't worry, the XS1 Goliath will be able to entertain us whilst we wait for Beef Mommy to reconnect. In a few seconds, she will be able to jump on in and figure out exactly what Lugiami needs to do to maintain hold on this barracks hut, because they have to take this fight up against the XS1 Goliath, and the XS1 Goliath shut down. TD gets taken out, and Elmo J with a triple as well. Try to streak herself out. It's gonna be the MX9 supremacy. TD stepping up in front of her once again, but Elmo J with the crazy plays. Sentry gun setup shouldn't be too much of an issue. The nade comes flying in. Aurora gets taken out of the equation as well. Roshi, are we gonna see the FHJ perfection coming out from the one and only Elmo J? The captain is super solid, and Barracks Hut is just held to perfection by the Singaporeans, and Elmo J with one of the best combos in the house. 7 kills on the streak so far, trying to streak herself out just a little bit more to activate a gravity vortex, but unfortunately shut down by Roshi. 108-88. What a great comeback from the Singaporeans. Now we'll take a quick breather as we have to calm the situation down. Lugiami trying to make that comeback. 54 seconds on the clock. Those power positions not being played to the T just yet. They did have the sentry gun in for the play. They sent out the Predator missile, and they sent out the Hunter Killer drone, and NX staying alive all throughout those challenges. Sassy as well as Teeny, they bring in the sentry of their own as well. NX needs to play this to the T. Can she survive? The answer is no. But Elmo J this time drops in the Predator with a double. Welcome back, Beef.
Oh, one. Yep.
129 to 111. PDR Bees now getting left in the dust. Access 1 Goliath unfortunately shut down. It's gonna be Bloom who comes in here with so much of pressure, and maybe that is exactly what was needed from the side of Lugiami. And now the sentry setup, the 6th woman in here for the play at the Special Forces base, shutting down the tool shed. Then the Filipinos do not know what hit them. Well, what hit you is the ex-Valkyries, the ex-champions of the Valkyrie series. Season 1 supremacy being brought into Season 2, but the Bees, they bring this thing in. 35 more seconds on the clock, trying to make the comeback, but Lugiami only needs those 4 seconds, Beef.
So I realized I was muted this whole time that I was casting, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. It's going to be absolutely spicy. 4 points left here for PDR Bees, and they need to go and stop Lugiami from getting that 4. And here we go, 130 and 146, but then Keiki has an X1 Goliath of their own. 3 more seconds left, but then she gets exploded, and here we go. Finally, Lexi having that biggest play of her life. Shuts down PDR Bees for having all of those points, 150 and 131. Lugiami is an absolutely cracked out team, and this is their win here. They deserve that, and look at all of the smiles in their faces because they didn't know it was going to be that close. Finally, 1 more point for them, and that is going to be absolutely key for them to actually go and win. What an absolutely crazy win here coming in from Lugiami. Firing range, that is going to be their playground here. Take a look at what we are going to have here. 150 and 131 with NX, without any surprise, being that MVP, getting 1 minute and 51 seconds into that hard point. 23 kills to her name, but look at right below her. Keiki having that 29. So obviously, they're going to be outgunned. And yes, maybe it was a little bit of a close matchup, but they were just being outgunned this whole time. So let's take a look at what happened and basically the greatness that we've seen here so far into the breakdown.
My personal MVP, the one and only awesome Elmo J. She was absolutely stacked all throughout those fights, and she was winning those crucial moments where it was absolutely essential for her to go in there and break some of the plays from the side of PDR Bees. And she was a monster as she stepped out there for those gunfights. 150 to 131, it was close, but not as close as the Bees wanted it. They almost bagged the victory there, Bee.
The victory is definitely well-deserved for the side of Lugiami because definitely PDR really tried their best. And at a certain point, it was anyone's game. But that rotation going into P2 and that really essential Goliath really won everything. But Lexi getting rid of one player with that death machine was the difference of them winning and really just having that quick turnaround. And now, with that explosive hardpoint game, we are moving into Search and Destroy. We're slowing it down just a little bit. And finally, seeing what is going to happen. PDR Bees, definitely, they didn't really have the match that they wanted here. But honestly, with the points that we've seen here so far, PDR, they kind of struggle with S&D. So that's why I'm a little bit worried for them because Lugiami definitely has a little bit more of an edge. But I think they can turn it around really quickly here.
Yeah, we're talking about a 100% win rate for the side of Lugiami. And we're talking about a 75% win rate for the side of PDR Bees. But when it comes to Search and Destroy, the question is exactly who will this particular match kind of favor, right? Because the last time we saw the side of PDR Bees jump on in here for a SND standoff once again against Nifty Ultra, it was super duper close. Is it going to be the exact same way in here? Is it going to be a 11-round blockbuster? That's something I'm definitely hoping for in the final series of this debut.
And here we go, finally, Search and Destroy in standoff. We see PDR Bees finally getting a hold of the bomb. We see one more player, only going to be one player just chilling here. Passive play here so far. We see such a solid hold already from Lugiami. Now that's going to be very difficult to go and infiltrate and not over pushing. They know the spots on where to hit, and Sazi is going to be that one sniper that can give the information game away.
I love the play coming through from the side of PDR Bees now. They are stacking up evenly all across the map, just making sure they do not have any of these gaps here not watched. They are trying to make sure if at all Lugiami gets a little bit over aggressive with their pushes, they will be able to punish, get that information sent right back, and then be able to send that bomb in. I like the fact that the bomb is not getting over aggressive as well, hanging back at the statues, allowing Sassy to get a majority of the work done. Finally, now it's going to be that smoke out. TD goes in for the punish. LXIX gets taken down. Is she going to be able to find yet another? None of the rest of the players from the side of Lugiami coming in for the aggressive plays, but Elmo J, the captain, will be able to undo the play that was set up by Teeny, and now the numbers once again a little bit on the favor of the side of Lugiami.
Now, this is just ridiculous to me because there were 2 players from PDR Bees right in Alpha and she couldn't defend the planter. Now, that is going to be absolutely crazy. Elmo J, if you give her a little bit of time to just go into position, she will definitely go in there as a 1v3 situation. That is not something that you want to have if you were Roshi. The bomb needs to be picked up and they very well know where the bomb is. The setup is going to be absolutely great. The defense, solid. Finally gets one, sees one. AJ, it's going to be very difficult for Roshi to actually go and pull off.
Unfortunately, she does not get lucky as well. Elmo J, they can bait and switch. Elmo steps out. Oh, pulls the wrong timing. But the reload. And I thought Roshi was about to get lucky there. But unfortunately, the game just does not work like that. Lugiami, they get the first round.
That was a really good round for Lugiami, and it really was Elmo J to get rid of those 2 players and flush them out all by herself, and she can definitely win those gunfights and get those multi-kills. And now, that was a mystery from PDR Bees. If you are going to be planting the bomb, you have to make sure that you are just hidden away and really go into the right side of Tractor instead of going into Cubby. And there you go, very interesting start here. Both of these teams already have 1 person down.
Now the bomb picked right back up at private backyard. They should be going here for the plant. They need to do so right now so that they can put that pressure on. But Keiki goes in there for the Punisher. Sassy gets taken out of the equation. 4-2. The numbers look absolutely terrible as Aurora goes down as well, leaving Reiko in a 4-1 situation. Will Reiko be able to pull off a great play? Goes in for the quick push, but unfortunately the KRM hit marker undoes her little push. And Lugiami pick up round 2 as well, Beef.
They need to go in for plays. They need to go and pick up all of the kills before rushing into a site first, because so far rushing into a site didn't really work out for them. Yes, in the first round that did happen, but unfortunately Elmo J was just a little bit too good, and especially with Keiki in their presence, always getting those first opening picks as a sniper is definitely going to be key. Now what PDR needs to do is to have that very amazing sniper presence that we have in the form of Sassy, but unfortunately for her, she doesn't really get a lot of those kills as well, just because of Keiki and how well she can do.
Now let's see if or not PDR Bees will be able to find a solution for Lugiami's solid defense. I believe the sniper on the side of the Bees needs to just find a better position. As long because it's a little tough to see Sassy continuously being the person who goes up to open up those fights so close on. I mean, this is possibly one of the very few snipers that opens up a CQC round after round.
Oh, almost getting that shots over there. But unfortunately for her, Elmo J is going to be right there. Really good push, but no, it doesn't really matter that she gets concussed. It's Elmo J. She's basically immune to that, but Sassy has an opportunity to go and pick. There you go. Keiki goes down, and just like that, it's going to be a 3v3 situation.
Sassy just unfortunately needs to play this a little bit slower. Roshi, beautiful place. It's a one-on-one situation, taking the fight up against Lexi. Lexi with the approach from the tank, and the statue will just be between her as well as the one and only player from the side of PDR Bees. Now, I don't think she wants to play this aggressively. She does have a lot of time in here. 20 seconds in Call of Duty Mobile is more than enough to pull the blanket over your enemies.
And there you go. Finally, Lexi, yes, gets that kill. Finally, PDR Bees is doing such an amazing job so far in that particular round. And yes, even though the sniper was a little bit too aggressive there, she was able to pull through, thinking that she was going to go into that Bravo site, taking that time, really pulling down all of the stops just to get that 1 point. That is the momentum that the PDR Bees need at this round.
Okay, Key, great angles coming through, but I believe, did we just see the Sassy go in there for the push once again? It's Teeny this time that opens up the bomb site. Private backyard, fully stacked. Teeny should be able to get the plan. Well, stands up just in the nick of time, not allowing Keiki to go in there for the punish. And now 40 seconds on the clock. It looks like PDR Bees might be able to pull this off. Pressure is on.
Pressure definitely is cooking here, especially into the A bomb side. Keiki wanting to have one more kill. So that's going to be very impressive for her so far. If she's going to be able to go and pull that off so far, 3v3 situation. And that's going to be very difficult to overcome, especially having one more person down, but then also gets traded out. Sassy says bye-bye. And Bloom already here, AJ.
Oh, smart plays by Bloom. Picks up the shorty, gets the shot, and Lugiami will be able to pull round 4 into the back. Overall, it's 3-1. PDR Bees, they seem to be struggling in this matchup against the ex-champions Beef.
Here we go, Lugiami. No, more like Lugiami, having a really dominating round there. And the buddy system really is working out for them, really just making use of the skills that they have here so far. 2-3 split of 2 people going into back alley and 3 heavily stacking A as well. We see the bomb carrier kind of overextending here all by herself, going in there. And obviously that's going to be a position where you don't want to lose your gunfights, but it's a really good thing that Lugiami doesn't really go in for the aggression. That's how you play defense, and that's the reason why they're up 2 points.
But I think they're getting a little too aggressive though. NX with a D pulled in towards Hotel Yard. And one player from the side of PDRBs just needs to step onto the second floor of the hotels and perhaps get a jump on her. It will be a risky maneuver, but if NX bot is taken out of the equation, perhaps that can open up the mid segment of that map. Keiki is the very dangerous sniper that has just been a pain in the side of the Bees. Sassy, on the other hand, has not been able to respond. She wants to desperately take those PvP combats, but as I call her out, she takes Bloom out of the equation. But unfortunately for the side of PDR, they get 2 players out on the other end, traded out. But the bomb now stuck all the way out at gas station. The backup is most definitely there, but the numbers are not super favorable to either side. It's still back in here to a stalemate as they make their way towards private backyard.
This is probably one of the best spots and the best plays that we've seen PDRBs go so far. The readjustments that they've done here, it's going to be very important just because they've been playing for picks. And there you go, Elmo J goes down. That's a very great start here so far, but they do worry about Sassy just like that. But then it's a really great thing as we see one more player. And X is going to be that player that can actually go and make a difference for Lugiami. But no, she does go down. Roshi doing a really good job here so far.
Yeah, Keiki might get caught out here. The information will be sent back. The backstep's not coming through just yet. The side of PDRBs, they are playing this very safe, and I like to see that. With the DLQ in hand together with the Holger, Roshi might be able to catch her. Oh, Keiki, unfortunate with the timing, but the information gets sent back, and they will not allow her to make the mistake and get away. 3-2 as we switch sides.
The readjustments from PDRBs in that round was absolutely perfect. They went in there a little bit passively, which is going to be good, which made NX Bot really go in there aggressively into Granny's house. And after that, after going into Granny's, they went in for that full rotation going into Alpha as well, and they need to do the same. You can see here, it's basically the same play that they've been doing the same for the last round that they had. But if that's going to work again here, I'm not quite sure just because of how well Lugiami can adjust as well.
This time, Lugiami, they are focusing in on that D-bomb side push, but Sassy hits with that snipe. This time around on the defense, Sassy seems to be a little bit more snazzy. It's going to be Bloom who takes Roshi out of the equation, equalizing things in terms of those numbers of body out there on the battlefield. TD, opportunity to take a player down. Lexi gets shut out of the equation. Lugiami outnumbered as Reiko shuts down Elmo J as well, and this is the opportunity for the Filipinos to equalize things.
And here we go. It's the attacker side that both of these teams are absolutely struggling with. But Bloom having an absolutely amazing job, but then does get traded out. That's a very impressive. And NX Spot has a monumental job of clutching up a 1v3 situation, but unfortunately goes down as well. And here we go. We're evening things out here, and both of these teams are struggling on the attack.
Now, let's see if or not they will be able to find some momentum. You know, one of them to just run away with this matchup, because it just seems to be a little back and forth. Not in the favor of Lugiami, of course. They're trying to run away. PDRB is just constantly trying to catch up with them. Although I'm super impressed, by the way, as to how Sassy and team still keeping up with Lugiami, although there have been some of those mistakes. But as they make those mistakes, they seem to be making those adjustments pretty quickly as well. And that's one of the highlights from the side of PDRBs. Let's see if or not they can keep this up. Attacking side now at the private backyard. Early plant downing the clock down to about 40 seconds now. Pressure on the Bees.
Bees, Sassy. She's been doing a really good job in the attacking round, so maybe being a little bit too aggressive, and she pays the price here. Lexi brings her down. Now it's going to be a woman advantage for Lugiami. Just like that, 2 more players go down, and it seems like PDR Bees are finally going for the response here as Elmo J goes down as well. They need to play it safe. 17 seconds up on the clock. They need to go and push here.
Oh, what? Roshi. Cheeky by both teams. And now Teeny taking a 2-on-1 situation. Holger 26, time running out. And it looks like the attacking side of Lugiami will be able to bag round number 7. 4-3. They tried to run away, but I'm pretty sure the Bees will be hot on the tails.
Round number 8 is in our midst, and it's anyone's ball game. Finally, Lugiami with the adjustments, trying to figure out what best suits them. It seems like a bomb site is definitely going to be that. PDRBs need to go in there aggressively into Alpha, just so they can probably go in there for the defense. But with Keiki absolutely popping off every single time, that is going to be important. But then the only difference is Keiki seems to be like she's having a hard time into the attacking round. I take that back.
It's all right. It happens. It happens. Early shutdown.
Caster course.
And PDRBs, unfortunately, down on the numbers at the moment. They can perhaps find a backstab here. Roshi with a potential play. Has to check the corner and punishes Lexi and equalizes the numbers over for the side of the Beast. Now, Keiki with the DLQ in hand, looking for those scopes. The early plant puts the pressure onto the Bees. They are not going in for the retake, and smart plays coming out from Lugiami to back away and put the pressure on from afar. This seems to be a GG. Let's see how the Bees... Oh, what a snipe by Sassy!
Sassy finally snapping and really just finding those kills right now, but then they have 19 seconds left to go and defuse the bomb, and there you go. Oh no, that was just so close. Tin almost getting a hold of that, but then Lugiami with only having 1 player, no, actually was able to go and eliminate, can actually go in there and stop the kill. Keiki, no, Keiki is such an absolutely crazy player, and I take all of that back. She heard me, and we are finally at our match point. AJ, PDRBs need to do something different here, because at this point, they're just struggling.
At this point, Keiki's probably going to be your MVP. She just needs to hit a couple of more snipes. Reiko, opportunity now. 3 kills in the bag so far. What will she be able to pull off with the KRM? Lexi, opportunity. MX9 gets the information. Whether or not Roshi now comes in here for the push will decide the fate of PDRBs. But very smartly, she now backs away from the situation, leaving Lexi right in front. Roshi getting a little cheeky, peeks out, and that head glitch might just be a little bit too much of a temptation. But as I say that, Lexi backs away, finding Reiko. KRM, smart plays by Lexi, but time is just being wasted. The attacking side, Lugiami, they got in the plant already, and a solid hole on the bomb as well.
There's no reason for them to engage that far off. They need to pull out their sights, knowing very well that some players are going to be at the very end. They need to put their sights here in Alpha, but then just like that,
nice.
1 player going down, LOJ finally, and they can actually go and make a difference here. They need to make a defusal here, and 3 players stacked up against it, making a lot of noise. That is probably very, very possible for them to actually go in. But no! Bloom gets that kill, and just like that, we see here Lugiami winning the search and destroy with such an amazing fashion.
Game-saving shot coming through from Bloom straight into the smoke, but absolutely love the ideation coming out from the PDRB side, right? They almost got the defusal in there, and the way they set up the defusal was by throwing in all of the bodies into its private backyard, because, I mean, what's the worst that could happen at that very final round, right? You throw the smokes out, and they almost actually got the, defusal, but Bloom, suspecting something was amiss, just goes out there, blind shots through the smoke, manages to turn things around. Even she is shocked that she pulled that off.
And pulling it off is definitely something that Lugiami has been doing. Keiki with that clutch, canceling that diffusion. Also Keiki, and there you go, Keiki finally having that birthday cake blowing out all of the candles, getting all of her wishes, 10 kills to her name. But take a look who's under her too. Bloom having 10 as well. So PDR struggling to even make a response. And obviously, they didn't do a bad job either. 6 and 3, that's not too bad. But then there were plenty of moments that they could have won a certain point. But standoff is just a little bit too much for them, as Lugiami is definitely very comfortable here.
Now, overall, each and every single player in here giving it their all, except LMFJ this time around, a little bit weak on those plays. But most of the time, it was because she kept playing the point woman, right? She kept just putting herself in the defensive position at that bomb site. Very risky spot to be holding on to. Because when we saw PDR Bees, what they did was they allowed the entrance in towards the private backyard, and they always went in there for the retake positions. Elmo J, they didn't like the retake play, right? They just always wanted to shut down the players from the side of PDR Bees. Time and time again, every single time they try to make that approach in for that A bomb site. So either way, it didn't really give her the kills, but it managed to bag the victory. It was the strategy that matters at the end of the day. And so far, the Singaporeans, it's all about the IQ play. And it seems like the IQ plays seem to be delivering in here today.
Yeah, it really was that IQ where they would go in there for that solid defense. They wouldn't be aggressive. The only time they go in for that aggressive push is when they make sure that there's no one else in the site. So you usually see Elmo J going in there trying to have just a solid defense there. So it's really a different team that we've seen here so far. So definitely Lugiami is scary in standoff because of how well they've been playing. And they easily could have lost against PDR. But again, PDR doing not really such a great job in terms of like all of those gunfights. And I think it was the lack of a sniper presence early game that kind of just gave them a little bit of a disadvantage. And even if Sassy kind of popped off at the very end, Keiki was just a little bit too much for her to handle.
And now we go into a mind flux of a map pick by the side of Lugiami. We are going to Raid, where they do have a 100% record, but they've never stepped into domination at Raid so far within the Valkyrie series season 2. And Raid is also the map where we have seen PDR Bees go into in the past and actually grab a victory, albeit against Klasiko Hyenas. And Lugiami is definitely a few classes above the Hyenas in this competition at the moment. And let's see exactly what the PDR Bees can pull off in here. Is this a mistake of a pick from Lugiami, or are they just proving a point that regardless of where we pick, the victory will always be ours? For we are the true Valkyries. They're returning champions. Let's see if they can bag a 3-0.
And here we go, finally, a really great start for PDR here so far. But then we see dropping like flies. They can't even get a hold of a really great power position, which is going to be Gallery. They only have one person left, but then it seems like they're going to be flushing out like flies. But it's still going to be very impressive how they have so many people already going into that Bravo flag without even having to flush off all of the players here so far. Aurora doesn't seem like she knows that there's one player right behind her, but still flush them out. That is going to be very impressive. But one more player definitely going for the side of LXIX, tries to go in there solo, but doesn't really work out for her.
Yeah, but Lugiami, they are playing the power position of the map. The first power position of all is pulling in the Special Forces base as your main spawn. Because once you've got the control over that already, access in towards Laundry and capping that B flag becomes so much more easier. The stronger side, most definitely the Special Forces base at Raid. And now Lugiami, as they bring in all of that pressure play, Laundry gets undone first, and they do not manage to win their gunfights over at Square Center. The numbers being thrown in by the Bees seem to be quite stellar, and 3:33 in terms of the minutes now on to go. Let's see what the Singaporeans can do to maybe come back in here.
Wow, PDR is actually doing such a great job, even though they don't have much of Laundry control, but this is the price that they play for not having that. You see here, one player already stacking up there, but then needs to be stopped. Keiki is going to be that person to go and help NX actually go for a single cap. NX doing an amazing job at going planting there, but again, it's going to be so difficult right now to actually go and pull off.
Oh, now. And it is going to be a double cap for the side of PDR Bees. Alpha! Pull back into the bag. And the side of PDR, they are going in there for the Special Forces base. They want to play the map as well. But you all need to check your corners because it will be the one and only Roshi bringing in so much of pressure from the back. But a double lady cap now onto that A flag makes it possible for Lugiami now to pull it right back to their side. They've got the strong spawn. They've got that A flag. They've got the B as well. What they do not have is the lead in this game. And they lose that B flag. No control of laundry at all whatsoever. PDR Bees doing the absolute impossible.
Aurora solo capping that, getting rid of 2 players from Lugiami. Now that is going to be that MVP move that we like to see here. Not only that, gets rid of 1 more person, gets that laundry control, and she's gonna plan to keep on holding on. Having the spot is going to be absolutely essential for them. Gets 1 more kill. So that's 4 to her name already. She's pretty streaked out. As you already see, she has a Predator missile and also a Hunter Killer drone. Not only that, a Death Machine as well.
Now let's see if or not the double cap for the side of Lugiami will be easy. Prevention! But Elmo J actually managing to fire off back at Roshi just to buy a little bit more time for her sisters to back away. That 75-point mark now being reached by the side of the Bees. And it will not be possible for Lugiami to make any big of a difference in this first half. A stellar performance from the Filipinos. Let's see if or not they can continue on this stride in the second half. Or will those IQ plays finally start catching up?
There's a reason why PDR Bees is absolutely formidable here in Raid, but I know they only had 1 map against Klasiko here, but then they're performing very well against Lugiami, but obviously Lugiami is gonna have that response into that second half just because of how well they've been performing here. This is a pretty close matchup still. A lot can still happen here. So a very heavy stack going into Bravo. 4 players already in the mix as LXIX also does a really great job.
Smart plays coming through from Elmo J. Goes in there for the long flank around square center. And pressure onto Teeny as well. Shuts down Teeny from the side of Laundry. Allowing that B flag cap to be a little bit easier for the Singaporeans. And now a solo play cap coming through on that B flag from Lexi. Prevention from the side of Roshi, who brings in the Death Machine in the nick of time. Teeny should be able to bring out her Death Machine as well if it is so needed. But Bibs, it will just be the job that is done really, really well from the back as well. KK dropping in with a little bit of support, but it looks like that Bravo side is going to be picked up in a couple of seconds because the Death Machine is in here for the play.
Oh, but then the denial of that's not going to be so great. The Predator missile goes down, but then it's enough time for Lugiami to actually go in there and make a difference. And now the response of the PDR Bees need to be very, very snappy as they're slowly losing control of top laundry. For some reason, they want to go into full side, but that's not going to be very good for them as they keep losing control. Just like that, allowing all the players of Lugiami to go in there, flushing out. But there you go, 1 more player going to have that control, and that's going to be very essential for them to maybe retake Bravo.
Oh, smart plays coming through in here. The distraction over at that C flag. Whilst the rest of those players now try to go in there cheekily, trying to pull that B flag away from the side of Lugiami. Lugiami, the Singaporeans, trying to play catch up in here. And 103 to 90. It looks like it might just be possible all of a sudden. A solo cap coming through. NX goes in there with the prevention with a huge smile on her face. The Singaporeans playing catch up. Sassy, the activation of the Vortex gun most definitely is ready. But in a map like Raid, it is going to be quite difficult to get that pinpoint accuracy with the Vortex.
Yeah, that's going to be very hard to actually go and pull through, and really just pulling out at the very wrong time. And now the solid hold from Lugiami is going to be definitely hard to penetrate. But then finally the push coming in from the side of PDR Bees doesn't really quite go through. And now they need to go in there and rotate as a team. You see here, PDR Bees slowly falling apart as the points are finally trickling down. You can see Lugiami catching up.
Well, to catch up is one thing. To run away with this match is a whole other. The Bees have been in front for quite a while now. And now, 116 to 116. Here comes Lugiami. And they should be able to overtake this matchup now as well. With a stronghold from the weaker side. The C and B flag held on to. But PDR Bees, they have the opportunity to go in there and pull that B flag. But they pull way too much of time. And they will get punished. And a sentry set up now right on top of the statue and square center. Predator missile comes in there for the drop as well. KE takes Pibbs out of the equation, and a triple cap setup might just come through for the side of Lugiami.
There is such a miscom here. They left Alpha all open, decided to go for Charlie instead, but finally I think it's going to be fruitful for them. AC hold seems like to be the name of the game. If that one player did not win that gunfight in A, then definitely there's still going to be that double cap, but then very impressive stuff here. It's going to be that distraction gameplay here in Charlie that will definitely go and make a difference. One more player to go in here. It's going to be Roshi winning that gunfight, getting one more person. Now that's going to be very impressive. Gets one more, but unfortunately for her, doesn't really quite get all of the cap,
Hunter,
but
Hunter,
it's enough
Hunter!
for them to go in there. Yep, look at that, finally getting another double cap.
Hunter killer drone, you know, it just was on point, but the backup was definitely there as well. XS1 Goliath now being brought in by Lugiami. 145 to 144. A double cap from the side of PDR Bees. It's now or never for the side of the Singaporeans. Are we going to see the victory for the Filipinos? Yes, we will. 150 to 148. The Bees finally get it done. What a battle in the final series of the day, Beef.
The greatest call in this game was their push going to Charlie. If that one player from PDRBs lost it in Alpha, that would have been game over. But that winning the gunfight all by herself, just extending their call here in A just by a little bit, meant the difference of 2 points. That is the most amazing play that I've seen here so far. Domination raid, Roshi being that MVP for PDR. Elmo J with that 27, but it doesn't really matter, even though you see a lot of gunfights winning here. It's that final rotation from Charlie, that distraction, which made them pave the way going into Bravo as well.
Yeah, smart plays, and like you said, right, it was down to that one final gunfight. If that gunfight had been lost over at Garden, that would have been a GG, because it would have been a cap on that C flag, but they would have immediately lost that A flag as well, which would have just not been much of a difference. And on top of that, the XS1 Goliath being brought out was just way too late in that matchup to be any sort of a difference maker in this game. But overall, there's just no other way I would take this, man. Both of these teams, they are so close to each other, and with the one win from the side of PDRBs, it puts them in a tied up position with Nifty, Ultra, AJW Esports, and I think they'll be quite happy with that.
1 point is definitely 1 point closer into the playoffs, and that's going to be absolutely essential. Maybe even denying NU into that top 3 spot. So that is the importance of getting every single kill, every single rotation, of you staying in this competition here. And obviously, Lugiami definitely did a great job in raid as well, but unfortunately, just couldn't hold back into the very end. PDRB is just being a little bit too smart in the name of domination. And yes, I'm really excited to see what is going to be happening here for the next few days, just because of how well these two teams have grown. And maybe the positions have been changed, and top 2 will be Lugiami, but not for long, just because of how many chances PDR can still pull it through at the very end of the group stages.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, and Lugiami, this is a lesson for them as well. They allowed the side of PDRBs to run away with the matchup, and then they try to play catch up way too late. You know, every single step of the way, although they had quite a great performance in terms of those gunfights, like you said, it just wasn't enough, Beef, because the objectives that were being played, the flags that were being captured, was just a little bit more solid on the side of PDR. And it all boiled down to that one final play, which was just absolute perfection. Instead of just sticking on to the same old, they pull that distraction over and see miraculous gunfight at Alpha, and they get that victory. Way too close for comfort, but the Bees will definitely take it. 150 to 148. They salvage this. They do not eat that spicy donut, but it's the Singaporeans that win overall. 150 to 131 over at Hardpoint. Search and Destroy was a 6-3 perfect victory for them.
And it was really just raid the whole time, where they just absolutely popped off. It was Lugiami's game to win, especially from the momentum of winning firing range and standoff as well. But this is how you know the PDR is really good at those respawns. But Now with their loss in Search and Destroy and the fact that they keep losing Search and Destroys, they need to go back to the drawing board because they can't just be good into those respawns, because if you are going into the playoffs in the best of 5, you're playing 2 rounds of Search and Destroy, and we already know what? Search and Destroys wins games. They win championships. So they need to basically figure it out again, go back, and after that, it's really going to be very important for them, especially going up against Lugiami, to really buff up their Search and Destroy game.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Lugiami, on the other hand, they brought out each and every single tactic within their arsenal, but unfortunately, with a few cheeky plays. This was definitely a cheeky play. Remember, at the bans and picks, we were wondering, what? Why? Why raid? Why would you go in and pull this sort of a map ban and pick? Although when I say that, I do realize it comes as to no consequence to them whatsoever. What's the worst that could happen even as they drop this raid map? Because overall, they still have 11 points on the leaderboard. And they still sit in an amazing position of, I believe, in that second spot. So that's quite a comfortable spot to be sitting in for the Singaporeans.
Yeah. Absolutely, that's a great spot to be in, and tomorrow it's basically going to be like a show match for them, really just gaining those points, unless we go get to see NU really just pop off. But then if they do drop off into like a 3rd or 4th spot, that's still very much doable for them. So Lugiami, very comfortable in sitting into that 2nd spot. PDR Bees does go down, but not without a fight, especially going into tomorrow. They really need to go and light that fire just to position themselves in a way that they won't be concerned if they're not going to be going into the playoffs. So Lugiami, yet again, a really great start of the day, and really actually just winning every single one of those gunfights, because we see here PDR always being outgunned. The only reason why they won here in Raid was because of that miraculous play that they did in rotating into Charlie into that late game. So with that being considered, they were supposed to win that Hardpoint matchup at a certain point, especially with that reset. But what they need to do is to just stop LMOJ, because she keeps shutting them down every single time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was quite crazy plays from the side of PDR Bees on that firing range as well. It was just unfortunate for them that Lugiami just woke up towards the very end there as well, right? A late comeback over at Raid, on the other hand, was not allowed. They went in there for the Punisher. Overall, I think both teams kind of got the best out of this matchup, and neither side is all that too upset with what they were able to go in here and pull off, because they are quite comfortable in terms of their placement on the leaderboards. Let's take a quick look at the highlights, Beef, to see exactly what went down.
And I'm really excited to see what I missed out on Hardpoint, because the moment I just came back, it's just like, wow, it's just amazing how much I actually got to see all of that. You know what? We get to see all of the things that I missed out on. And definitely it's no joke, the fact that Lugiami was able to pull through at the very end. PDR Esports having 80 points already, an amazing head start, but unfortunately just dropping the ball at the very end. We see LMOJ just popping off here in P2 and P3, and it really just snowballed from there, from the success that they had and the points that they were able to gain into P3. That hold into Barracks Hut is definitely going to be very amazing for them as well. 166, that's a 50-point difference that they were able to go and pull off here. That is no joke, and you see how talented Lugiami really is, especially knowing very well that the momentum is going into the side of PDRBs. So for me, as a caster, I've been seeing a lot of plays here so far, and for the team to break another team's momentum, that is probably one of the signs of a really good and well-rounded team.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, from the get-go, it was the PDRB side that were in control of this matchup, and quite a number of points. It was all about the power position plays that they were playing so well. But towards the end, Lugiami, they just overcame all of that might with their own mechanical supremacy. And the XS1 Goliath, a double in fact, kind of just put them over. In the Search and Destroy, on the other hand, it was a little bit more convincing from the Singaporeans.
Very convincing. I mean, if they were just outclassed in terms of search and destroy, we already knew that PDR, that was their weakest link, and they kind of proved it here. And the fact that for me, the most like the standout is the fact that when PDR Bees had the bomb, they went in, two people went in there, and Elmo J just sprung out there, canceled the plan going on. Not only that, also eliminating that one person there in Cubby. So that's going to be one of those gunfights that you shouldn't be losing. You should be able to just protect your teammate from moments like that.
Yeah, yeah. And, unfortunately, just those plays did not come through as tight as they wanted it to be. And, PDRBs, they did have their highlight moments, right? Because they were trying to match up against the side of Lugiami. But the one greatest weakness here was the fact that the sniper, Sassy, she kept going in for those very, very aggressive maneuvers. Perhaps it had worked out for them in the past matches. Perhaps it had worked out in a couple of scrims. But against the side of Lugiami, that's just so dangerous, especially with Elmo J parked at that A bomb site all the time. It was absolutely impossible for Sassy to pull off those plays perfectly.
I would have loved Sassy to actually be in Broken Walls and have that advantage over Elmo Jake, because obviously the MX9 wouldn't really reach that far. And here we go, Keiki, with that amazing stop of that defusal, getting rid of two people, winning that 1v2 situation. So it really is that map awareness and really just going in there very confidently that Lugiami just really shine. But then it's going to be the domination round in Raid that definitely just blew my mind, because it was Lugiami's game to win. They had such an amazing first half and an amazing second half, but it really was down to those last moments where they just dropped it really quickly, and there was nothing that they can do because the PDR Bees, they were just too smart in that final clutch play.
Yeah, all throughout the matchup, although Lugiami was, keeping a very, very close pace up with the side of the PDR Bees, the Bees were always a couple of steps ahead, right? They played each and every single one of their holes to perfection. And what was most impressive was that they were managing to win over that B flag time and time again without barely touching Laundry. Right? Aurora definitely had some highlight moments where she went in for that backstab onto Laundry as well. But those moments were very few. A majority of the times where they got the B flag, they barely, touch this power position. But they did always have one woman standing in gallery. And I think that power play was more than enough to kind of control this, because a lot of these players, they focus in on Laundry. And this was the difference that PDRBs kind of introduced into this matchup. Gallery can be a solid power position that can be played for that B flag as well. And they played it to perfection indeed.
Yes, absolutely. And gallery control they had. But not only that, they had such a solid hold in mid garden as well. So definitely going to be very impressive. But we're taking a look at the MVP. Who actually made a difference? It is going to be Keiki without a doubt. Take a look at that average kills of 20, average assists of 7, and average score of 2,465. Now this lady, this young lady over here has been an absolute star in Search and Destroy. Absolutely having highlights in her reel from that matchup and standoff. That is absolutely key. Not only that, she's also fragging out in terms of the kills with those respawn games.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Keiki has just been absolutely phenomenal in here today. A few of those plays definitely could have been patched up. And she did, back to back, round after round, especially in that Search and Destroy. She was fighting all of her shots. And in terms of the assist that she managed to bring into the domination play was just absolutely stellar. Overall, in the series, definitely one that has pitched in a lot. Let's take a quick look and see exactly what her loadout is like in a bit as well, so you guys can perhaps nick off a couple of her tips.
Again, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing her sniper loadout, which I always want to see every time an MVP sniper is going to be up in our midst. But obviously, a lot of the snipers do prefer Holger 26 when it does come into those respawn game modes. So again, we get to see such an amazing loadout here as well. I mean, obviously, FHJ going to be her secondary weapon, which we don't really get to see that often, but definitely going to be key in certain situations.
Yeah, Death Machine brought in by Keiki. We saw it in action a couple of moments ago as well. But just unfortunate that we could not see any of those score streaks, any of that XS1 gameplay a little bit earlier from the side of Lugiami. If at all it had been brought in a little bit earlier on, maybe that would have been the difference maker, right? and being pulled out on a flag that they had already kept in control of just didn't work out in their favor. In terms of PDR, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a lot of stuff that, they were able to bring into the matchup in that domination match to show the side of Lugiami that if you underestimate any of the teams in here or you don't show up 100%, you're not going to be able to take the win. And that's just exactly how the Valkyrie series of Season 2 is, Beef.
Definitely going to be very impressive. And speaking of impressive, today has definitely been a really great day here so far. We already had a banger of an opener, Tyrant LXIX giving the donut to AIM Genesis. So obviously they move a step down, and LXIX very comfortable sitting up on top. But then the spiciest tournament here, the spiciest game, Sad Valkyrie 1 and 2 and Klasiko Hyenas just having a little bit of an edge off of Valkyrie. So, but it's still a really good job for a team to really just get one map for them. But then another really dominating round here, Nifty Ultra against LIthara Artemis. Now, this is not really that much of a surprise. So Artemis definitely learning a game here. They definitely need to have another type of play into the next tournament that they have. But then this is probably like the closest matchup that we've had here so far. PDR Bees versus Lugiami. And obviously we keep talking about it just a few seconds ago. Bees absolutely dominating in that domination, but Lugiami seem to be like they're just a step further.
Yeah, and this is exactly how the day had already concluded. But how about the leaderboards, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? A few points have been picked up. Let's see exactly how it shaked things up. Because at the very top, reigning supreme, the tyrants of the competition, Tyrant LXIX. At the very bottom, LIthara Artemis, 15 of 15, all lost. Sad Valkyrie, quite sad, right there beside the LIthara squad in that 7th spot with a total of 5 points. And equalized with them in terms of 5 points is Klasiko Hyenas as well as AIM Genesis in that 6th and 5th spot, B.
But here we go. We've basically locked in the playoffs, but let's pretend that it's not going to be the case for tomorrow because it's still going to be such an amazing matchup here. We see Nifty Ultra being at the same spot as PDR Bees. I would never have thought that the PDR Bees would actually have the same points as Nifty Ultra, but you know what? NU definitely picked it up and really just picked up the pace into today's matchup. PDR Bees, on the other hand, just went down a notch, but that's still going to be very important for them. But for the teams that are going to be in a 5 and 8th, don't lose hope just because you have one more day tomorrow to just prove to everyone how well you can actually go and perform. So now with that into consideration, tomorrow's matchup is going to be Klasiko Hyenas versus NU, starting things off. Now these two teams definitely going to be crazy. LIthara Artemis versus Tyrant LXIS for the second match, AIM Genesis versus PDR Bees, and Lugiami versus Sad Valkyrie to close things out. And how about you, AJ? Who do you think, what matchup excites you the most for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, AIM Genesis as well as PDR Bees for sure, because there's still a potential that we might be able to see them sneak on in, right? They need to beat AIM Genesis. And later on, PDR Bees on the 7th day of our group stages, they will meet Sad Valkyrie. So that's potentially going to be a matchup that they will be able to, easily bag based on how Sad Valkyries have just been struggling in the competition so far, even as they took that loss against Klasiko earlier on as well, right? So really curious to see exactly how that particular matchup is going to end up. AIM Genesis, PDR Bees, 3rd series. Make sure you guys are there. The first series is quite the banger as well. Klasiko Hyenas going up against Nifty Ultra. Who do you think is going to be able to bag that one, Beef?
Oh, definitely. There's like a lot of situations that I really want Hyenas to actually go and win that just because I want NU to lose a map. But these girls are just so talented that they can pull off anything that they want because from under the rug, they can definitely go and perform. And every single one of these ladies can definitely do that. But speaking of, don't forget to comment down below your favorite Valkyrie here. Hashtag PlayerIGN and their hashtag role down in the comment section below to just give your love and who you think is going to be the Valkyrie of the season. Honestly, for me, it's definitely going to be hashtag Valkyrie Mustachio AJ that might actually go and bag the Valkyrie series.
Why do you do it? Why do you do it? Why? No community. No.
Comment it down below. Come on, spam that, guys. Come on, spam it.
No. But here's the thing. Overall, in the competition, a lot of action we have witnessed. But in comparison, from season 1, we casted that together into season 2, so much of a change, right? The teams have truly grown. I want to see how much more can they improve in towards the playoffs itself. Can those micro adjustments be pulled in here by some of these teams who have been struggling? For example, the Nifty Ultra matchup, that first series, it's not going to be easy, right? To think that Klasiko is going to be able to beat Nifty it's definitely a dream, but it may just be a dream that Klasiko can bring into reality if they try hard enough. I mean, based on the matchups that Nifty has taken so far, gun supremacy definitely is there, but some of their strats do have some gaps in them. Let's see if or not the Malaysians can take advantage of that, just in the same way that they took advantage of those IQ plays that Sad Valkyrie brought in. The Singaporeans could not hold a candle to the Malaysians today.
Absolutely, and I'm so excited to see the Singaporean teams really just battle out tomorrow. Sad Valkyrie versus Lugiami. It's the sister squad battling out at the very end just to top everything off with such a bang. So, I mean, it's something that we really like to see. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be so important and so exciting because it's our last day of our group stages. Now, with that being said, I really appreciate being here with you, AJ. I really miss casting with you, obviously, because it's been so long since we last casted together. So, again, when I go visit you in Malaysia, spicy donut, come on, I'm just really looking forward to that.
I think there's 2 more days of the group stages, right? It's today's day 5. Yeah.
Oh, for me at least.
Yeah.
For me at least.
Okay.
One more day for me.
Don't give me a heart attack, Beef. I was like, wait a minute. Is today day 6? Cannot be. I'm losing track of time. Thank goodness I have not lost my mind just yet. But I look forward. I look forward to shoutcasting way more of these matches with you, Beef. But that one more opportunity that we have, we'll make sure we smash it. But overall, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you guys for tuning in from the start all the way to the end. Thank you for your likes, the shares as well. And thank you for supporting all of the Valkyries that you guys want to see reach up to the top. Signing off from today, day number 5 of the Valkyrie series group stage. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the amazing Beef Mommy. You guys take care and good night.